So
Alright.
glad we're all level 10.
Yes.
What,
now
level
I can
15?
Now I can start throwing end game level threats and all these homebrew shenanigans. Remember the God of Domination? Yeah, he's gonna be a big antagonist. Now you gotta deal with mind control 24/7.
I'm going to
Well,
kill
luckily for
Pickle
me, I
Brain
have good
and
wisdom
Croc.
saves.
I guess I'll fuck.
I guess
You're
I'm gonna
definitely
just,
fucked.
I guess I'm just gonna die, roll over, fall over.
GG guys, GG.
Yeah,
So
GG.
my new characters,
Alright.
If-
So, who wants to recap what happened in the last session? It's been 2 weeks.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. I think Bones does it.
Force Bones to do it.
Yeah, I can do it again. I need that inspiration. I'll take that inspiration. Thank you. Thank you guys for thinking of my well-being. So,
You're welcome.
last time, we had gone into the sewers to chase a Genasi drama NPC who likes to go in the sewers repeatedly. We paid a Kenku guide to excessive amounts to guide us around, and as we went through, we eventually found her. She told us about a cult where there were tentacle-faced things, and we decided it was our God-given duty to smash it. Well, Pyre did, and everyone else resisted, but then we decided to go anyways somehow. Natural charisma, I suppose. We hunted them down and started doing what heroes do by killing their breeding pool, by launching spells into a very specific set of sewerage water that looked like an illusion. Much massacring later, the defenders started showing up who were unjustifiably angry at us murdering their children, and tried to murder us in turn. We killed them one by one, hobos, tentacle-faced things, so on and so forth. As we bashed their skulls open, there was nothing inside but a bug, which we also smashed. I think. I hope we got all of them. During this, there was organs and livers and brains and stuff like floating down the sewage, and we thought nothing of it. Our friendly barbarian got mind controlled multiple times, and eventually we decided enough was enough. We needed to get out of there. We left, and as we left the anti-magic zone that was created around the spawning pool, our contact got a hold of us with his little magical ringtone and informed us that we needed to find a brain to smash because that was the thing that was at the root of all this. We realized, much to our horror, that that brain floating down the sewage was in fact the thing causing the problems. We went back to the brain, split the party again, and we found it. Combat ensued. It was surprisingly durable for a almost inanimate brain, and it had a lot of punch with its mind blast and mind control. Finally, I think Ash, controlled by the DM, got the final arrow thunked through it, killing the brain and having us emerge victorious. We now emerge from the sewer, hopefully, from a close exit path, with no one on our side dead, some of us very, very injured. And I believe that's the recap.
Okay. You aren't going to emerge from the sewers quite yet, because there was something that I was forgetting. But yes, that was a good recap of basically what happened during last session. Give yourself inspiration.
Yay.
Alright. So Ash, I had you begin scooping up the brain and just putting it somewhere, presumably in your bag, wrapped up in something. As you're scooping up the brain, there's you get a small zap.
Is it, not that I'm Ash, but is it like an audible one, or is it...
No, it's kind of like a static. Well, I guess Bones might be able to hear like a small snap in between the sounds of the sewage water moving, but that would be it. It's like a small static shock.
Okay. I may have missed. I thought you were not talking to Fire. Who was that?
Ash.
Ash got zapped, but he said you might hear it.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
might
sure why.
you might
Maybe
be
I'm the
able to hear
closest?
that. What?
Oh, yes, I am the closest. Oh, dear.
Yeah. Yep, because he's right next. You jumped in to scoop up the brain, and you were right there.
Should I
getting
put
ready to
myself on
refire
this
from.
map somewhere now that I'm here?
You'll meet up with them when they get out.
Okay.
So,
Well,
I could have
that's probably a
ushered somebody
lovely-
out.
Okay, so I got zapped by this brain. Am I feeling pain, or is this more of a
It's like-
mental zap in my brain?
it's a physical. It's like a static shock zap. It's not like a taser. It's just a little. Ow, that hurt. It doesn't
Like
even
one
do
of those
damage.
gum candies, prank shits.
I suppose if you've ever touched something metal and been zapped, that's essentially what happened.
Okay,
Someone builds up an
I
election
guess,
on the carpet and it's up to you.
Yes, basically.
I guess I'll be like, "Ah, the fuck, and continue just trying to stuff it in the bag.
You begin scooping up the brains again, and you feel something hard in all this soft gray matter of the brain, and you feel another zap.
Son of a bitch. Alright, do I still have, like, the monocle, or what was it, to contact the person that had given us this mission, or is he here with us, or, like,
Zorg has the monocle. Yeah, Zorg has both of them.
or, damn. Alright, and I see that he's kind of far away from us,
Does this map to scale?
how smushy is this brain?
Can you answer the
It's-
phone? Sorry, I'm interrupting. Pyre will open up the compass, and I'll let you guys figure out what happens from there.
Pyre opens up the compass, and it's a full it's a 260-degree arc now, and it is pointing at the direction of Ash, but it's a gigantic area now.
Oh wow, the lights are so beautiful. Ash, the shard. It must be in the brain.
And
Be
Pyre,
careful.
And since Pyre isn't here, I'm just going to assume that he just starts walking around, and you notice that the light's following where Ash is, as he makes his way around the sewers. And it continually follows at the direction of where Ash is, no matter where Pyre is.
Can I use, either, like, an arrow or my rapier to try and...
You can just use your cloak. You can just put something... I'm presuming you want just something to grip onto this instead of just your bare hands, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just use the cloak. So you just pull your cloak out. You begin parting the gray matter, and in your hand is a small how do I describe the shape? It's
Is it cylindrical?
like a. It's not cylindrical. It's like a parallelogram, I suppose. It's. I don't want to say diamond because that invokes a different shape, but it's. Yeah, it's a jewel. It's a jewel that basically looks something like this.
Yeah.
And as you're holding it in your hand, it crackles with electricity.
Put it in the bag!
Yeah, I instantly grab it and, put it in the bag, Who's near me? Pyre still walk back, or is he?
Pyre's over your shoulder.
Alright, do you suppose we get back with the group? Or is there anywhere else, we need to go?
Pyre, puts a hand on your shoulder and points past you with his other hand. Out of character, look at the map. They're just across the way. Not too far from us. We can make it if you can jump. No need to swim again.
So the bridge right there.
Yeah,
Nope.
we'll just
Yeah,
go.
yeah, let's do the bridge.
How do you do that?
While dragging the token, right-click. Right-click multiple times to do additional points.
Okay, I'm not
And then-
using a mouse, and I'm technologically incompetent with this laptop, so, never
Yeah,
mind.
it's fine.
You
Just
can
move where you
also
want to go.
you can also just tap Q if you can't right click. If you tap Q, it also brings it up.
Yeah. One of the most useful
okay.
features.
Keep in mind the green stuff is sewage. The white paths are the less sewagey areas. So I assume we can rejoin the group.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Pyre
Thumbs up.
coughs a little bit and then turns to Ash.
While we're walking through here, do I notice any thieves' cant around the walls?
Thieves can't around the walls.
Or symbols or whatever that they use?
Make a perception roll.
My journal.
You see the word prisoner. You see what's essentially the word prisoners, and a thieves' cant arrow pointing to the north. And that's all it says.
I turn and look at the guys, and I'm like, with the marks that I'm seeing on the wall, it says there's prisoners north of here. Is there anything else we should be doing besides getting these gems, or this gem? I haven't
Out
been
of-
here, guys. I'm like literally lost asking.
Yeah, I get you. Alright, so Pyre kind of nods at Ash and he says, our Dragonborn friend here seems to have pulled a shard of lightning from the corpse. At least that's what I think it is. Sorry, I'm racist.
Yeah.
Alright.
I was about to
Our
make that.
lizard folk friend here seems to
In
have drawn a shard of lightning from the mind flayer brain. Don't remember how many we have to get, but that's a start. He'll flip open his compass again, DM. I wasn't there when you described things because I had some phone.
The rainbow pointed at the thing that he's holding.
All right.
Right now it's not
now that
right
it's
now it's
bad.
not it's pointing a different direction from Ash now, because he did put in an extra dimensional thing now.
All right. Which way is it pointing?
It is pointing to the northeast. Yeah, to the northeast.
Thought I took
Okay.
notes on this.
So Pyre will nod and he'll say, we've recovered enough information. I think that we should gather the reward. Frog, I think he said something like 400 gold? 400 each, or
I think it was
group? I don't
500.
remember.
I believe it was 500 each.
and boots of some kind.
Okay. I think that should be our priority. We've had a bit of a scrap down here. All right. Prisoners. Do you know who's being held prisoner? Do you know who wrote that?
I just saw that in Thieves' Cant, so I'm pretty sure they didn't go fully check themselves or were just being vague. Do we want to free some people, or
I hear what you're saying, but we are pretty hurt from what's been going on. Zorg kept hitting us, and we kept hitting him, and the brain thingy was all like, and I got there at the very end, and I didn't really get I did a lot, actually. I think I was really carrying the whole time, really, and I think we should just get out of here for now, collect our reward, inform some people. We've got many leads.
I'm fine with that, but I don't fully remember what the quest or the mission was. I know they asked for info, and like you're saying, I do agree we have a lot. I don't know if there's any specific thing they wanted fully out of us, just besides information.
Well, we got the brain, which is something that they, through the monocle guy that was talking with Zorg, said, was all like, hey, it's worth gold, and me and Pyre were like, yay, gold, and I went one way, Pyre went the other, I went the wrong way, Pyre went the right way, and now we're here. You got both the shard and the brain. That's a 2-for-1. Let's just get the fuck out, and we can talk more after we've at least slept a little bit.
I'm down, man. I'm not arguing with that. I could definitely go to the tavern to get some meat and some mead.
So, the thing is, either way, roughly north of here is the exit. I can smell some fresh air. Xing, our Kinku friend and guide, was guiding us that way too. He seemed to know the area. So if we find prisoners on our way out, then we can reconsider, but yeah, we basically just won 10 workhorses each if Monocle Guy follows through with his commitment.
We don't
That's
have
a lot.
to free them right now. We can come back and free them later. I definitely agree to go get some rest and get some grub in my stomach. I just am worried we'll run into any problems throughout the way.
Zorg, you hear in your head, well, it's likely that more forces are going to be down here, sweeping through the sewer waters. I'd recommend staying out of their way, because no one will be allowed in the sewers for quite some time. It'll be quarantined. So if you have any unfinished business, then I'd recommend you finish it now. Otherwise, this will be under the jurisdiction of the government of Veer.
So, everybody's worried pretty much that Zorg's been, injured and shit. Is it just because he's the only one with, health points being low, or,
I'm half HP right now, but also, if we're fighting more mind flayers and I get mind control, I have a 19 AC and you basically can't hit me. So I might team wipe us all.
And your healer's not there.
Well, the healer's also not here.
I do have, some health potions still. Let me put through my inventory. I don't know if I have any.
We also don't have many spells. And you said you're down to get out, so I think we just follow Pyre and we get the fuck out and talk more about all this after we eat and drink some shit.
Like I'm saying, no, I agree for getting out, but with how everybody keeps saying stuff, I just feel like something's gonna happen. If we need him at full health, just in case anything happens, I am down to give him a health potion right now while we're leaving. I'm not wanting to get into shit or free people just yet, cause...
How's everybody's HP look?
Alright, so, I think everyone's full HP except for
Me?
Throg. So Pyre will hold up a claw and he'll say, "Save those potions for when we need them. It's good to know you have something." Throg, come here. Does Throg come to Pyre?
Yes, Throg. It's
Zorg.
it's not Throg.
Sorry, I'm
You're
sorry,
throwing me
your
off,
name is
bro. You're
covered.
throwing me
Your
off.
name is
bro.
covered.
You're throwing
All right,
me
so
off.
there was another half-orc, different campaign, not in
Zorg.
anymore.
Zorg.
Zorg, Throg, it's both 4 letters. So Zorg, come on over here. He'll go ahead and cast Cure Wounds on you. For 7 healing, that should be a decent amount.
Yeah, I'm at 27 now, out of 41.
Mhm.
How much does health potions heal?
I don't know.
Standard health potion is 2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2.
Yep.
So
Greater is 44 plus 4.
in short, not very much, but they're good for emergencies and substance. They're also about 50 gold each, so be careful with them.
Yeah.
Use them, but like
Uh,
figure it out.
Wisely, yeah.
I'm going to walk over to Rafayel since he banged around a little bit, pull out my healer's kit and do a little bandaging on him, blot up some blood so that it doesn't look so bad on him when use of my healer kit. I think it has, remember.
Stefan comes near Raphael and tries to heal him, like, "Oh, you creeped me out with the whole looking at my blood thing." "No, I'm good. And I finish my healing hands on myself, and all my wounds go away. And now, I was already close to full actually, and then now I'm full.
All right,
Yeah.
Throg, you are on an HP drain. Let me double check my spells.
You
Bones.
The last
Yeah, I'm
session.
going to keep the last one.
You said the wrong name again.
Oh! Zorg!
Are
Zorg!
there any
Zorg.
drug rooms anywhere?
Throg! He looks like a Throg!
Have we found any
It's a
more
Zorg.
rooms or anything else?
You do have a
Sorry,
point.
Ash, what you were saying? You were very quiet on your microphone.
I was wondering if anybody found any drugs along the way. I know last
Oh,
time
yeah.
I had found some
I got you
shrooms.
drugs. I got 7 shrooms for you.
Fuck yeah! Thank you.
Yeah.
Alright. Pyre kind of beats his chest a little bit, as if he's forcing himself to do something. We have a clear goal. 2 of them, in fact. One is we need to recover the shards. 2, we need to figure out who this employer is and get them the brain. And finally, the last thing is we need to figure out who we are. Do we prioritize the safe path, get out of here, we cut our losses, or do we investigate these prisoners? Even if there's dead, maybe there's something there that can tell us more about how this happened, or maybe we can prevent an outbreak before bugs get to men in cages.
DM, real quick. Last time that we were down at the sewers, the mission was to cut the source of what's causing the issue.
Yes.
Is that still the same concept of this mission going down since I haven't been here? Or
I think we finished that portion.
So, if you're asking what he was asking of you, he pretty much wanted you. So they couldn't find the source or the cultists, so they basically wanted you to try to go and find it, since the other mercenary groups haven't been able to find it. And you have found it, basically. You have accomplished your mission. They didn't specifically say, "Hey, root out the source." It was more so just find the cult.
okay, well, I feel like the cult was the cult worshipping this brain? crystal thing?
You want to talk with the plague doctor?
I can use the Signet Stone or whatever it's called. The stone
Greater-
walkie-talkies, whatever.
The Greater
What's that
Sending
called?
Stone?
That's the one.
I mean, if you want to either take the stone or if you want to say this out loud to Zorg and say this out loud, non-telepathically, you can do that. Otherwise, that's not that information that you could infer is they were probably working together, maybe.
Use the Signet Stone and tell him, what Ash has said. Ask him if we need to do anything else down here, or if we have rooted out the cause of this.
It's up to you, Ash. If you want to
Yeah.
just take the stone and talk to him one-on-one, or if you just want to say this out loud and have Zork
I'll say it
relay
out loud just because that's my lizard brain. Just I wouldn't think too much about being too discreet about that. We're all in the mission together, and we need the clarification together.
Imagine these cultists as being worker ants and the brain being the queen ant. That is essentially their relationship. They need each other to survive. Not so much. Perhaps it is worship, but it is a very practical relationship.
Either way, the issue isn't about what we're told to do. I, Pyre says, am not a servant. I am a mover and maker. I know what I will do, but I'm curious what you will do when you are left without motivation, without a known source of guaranteed benefits. What do you do when you know that there is a possibility of men helpless in cages along your path? Maybe to the side, but within reach. Do you risk finding them, or do you take the safe path? Who are you?
Never been one to fully take the safe path, but I have been about survival. What does the group decide to do? I am to agree with the party.
I think we should leave.
And I have the same instinct, Zorg, but Pyre, well said. I don't think we can get in an engagement right now. We're not fully stacked. We don't have everyone here. I think we need to take a peek, and if we have to intervene now, we will. We can try and send the Kinku out and get a message to Secret, see if he's found anything can help. Or we can continue on with the Kinku, and we can just see, like, I'm down for just at least looking and seeing and exploring what Ash has said, but again, like I agree with Zorg. We should also get the fuck out.
Pretty sure we won't be able to come back as soon as we'd like, but we probably will be able to come back sometime after. We can circle back. I'm just wanting to kind of explore for more shrooms or anything else I might find. I want to improve with my herbalism kit. And to improve, I know I also need to get paid to buy more ingredients. So, yeah. Hopefully, everything goes fine. I'm gonna go ahead and give Zorg a healing potion. He doesn't have to take it now, but it's rather be better for you to have it on you than me not be able to.
How many potions do you have?
3.
I
I know
have
we'll
2.
get paid after this. Huh?
I have 2 potions.
Oh, well then never mind. I didn't know you didn't have any. Okay,
No,
we're
no,
cool
I'm
then.
good, bro. I'm good.
Let's go then. Let's go.
Did you add 7 magic mushrooms to your inventory?
Not yet.
All right, cause I put mine down to 0. I would like you to add it so I don't forget.
All right. I wrote it down on the notebook, but I haven't added in my inventory.
All right,
but we'll
that's
do.
fine. That's fine. That's fine.
All right. Pyre will speak up. All right, it's decided. Most of you want the decision made for you. Some, like Zorg, want to get out and avoid a good fight. But considering how much he was hit, I don't blame him. However, my choice is to go and search. Find these men. If we find something we can't overcome, some of us may turn tail and run, others may find a way to overcome. I am prepared for that. But in the meantime, without known opposition, I cannot knowingly leave these people to their fate. It would be a waste of resources.
Hey, if we're going and we find these prisoners dead, that means more meat for me.
I wouldn't eat anything that these mind flayers have infected. You don't want those bugs crawling in your skull, eating your brain. Speaking of which,
I have to agree with Pyre. I think we should search on our way out. I don't think we should try to this whole sewer system goes for miles. But we should search as we go, because if we can save some more souls.
if you need a
That-
further encouragement, this thing is pointing in the same direction we were told the prisoners are in.
Yes, that makes sense. So we'll search, and if we can find them and rescue them, that's great. If we find they're dead, that's too bad.
Agreed. All right, let's move.
I
Wasting too much
I have
time.
to agree.
Right. It seems like we've decided. Let's go see what's out there and shit's gone to worse. Let's get out.
Well,
Okay.
both are in the same direction, so let's do it.
Are you guys going to do the same marching order as last time? Which I don't remember.
I'm in the
Pyre
front.
will lead the way.
No, I'm in the
Pyre.
front.
I'm just gonna assume that you two are just gonna occupy the same place because both of you want want to be at the front.
If he wants to go ahead of Pyre, I'm not going to fight him. It's just he'll need to catch up. He passes, Pyre moves, and boom, you get the front.
Is
Real
that what
quick,
happened?
out of character DM, when we leveled up, did we replenish everything, or are we still back at what we had last session?
Back at what you had. Though if you did replenish anything, don't worry too much about it.
Okay.
Okay, so Zorg, are you taking first spot?
Yeah, I'll take first one.
Okay, first spot. Pyre right behind. I assume Stefan is third. Rafayel, do you want the rear? The fifth
Sure, I'll
spot?
take it.
Okay. Then we'll put Ash at the fourth spot.
If I know anything about cults, where you find one, there are three or more.
Oh yes. The Kenku is also your guide, so he's going to go up at the very front. All right, all right.
Is it pitch black down here?
You do have your lantern. I believe you did open the hood of your lantern. You
Yeah.
could close it if you want.
I'll be
Since
right back.
All of y'all got dark vision, right, guys?
Correct.
Alright, well then, yeah, I'm gonna close my lantern and trust these guys. I'm going to try and, if, Stefan doesn't mind, try and just, like, put my hand on his shoulder.
Chances are Monica's probably right behind him, so you'd be putting it on Monica's shoulder.
Alright, I guess I'm touching Monica.
All right. Right shoulder or left shoulder?
Left hand, right shoulder. I try
Left
to.
hand, right shoulder. Okay. You hear and you feel something step onto your hand. It's obviously Coco.
All right. That's dope. Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Since there is going to be one encounter, I will allow Secret to go in, so... Alright. You do have an idea of where the rest of the party went. You did leave...
Okay.
You did need to leave briefly, when...
Listen, I also got dark vision and really good perception. I'm sure I can follow a trail if they have one. It's a sewer, though.
It is a sewer... It is a
And I have...
sewer,
Listen, if you want to say survival, I have that too.
I'll let you do survival, though if you want to catch up with them, you might need to walk fast, which is a minus to perception, but you can just walk slowly. You might not arrive in time for the encounter, though.
Right. No, I'll go fast.
Okay.
I'll roll survival. A 10. Not great.
I'd probably say that it's probably good enough. It's probably good enough. You do see some familiar signs. You can also see, like, this is about 6 people walking in a line. Zorg might have been kicking some rocks around. Ash probably has been tripping over stuff in his without dark vision. So you definitely see some oddities. You're not entirely sure if all of it was created by the party, but you can just assume that with the trail of debris moved, it's probably them.
I'll follow the trail.
Alright. Raphael, you hear some hurried footsteps behind you. At first it's distant, and now it's steadily getting closer and closer. Ash, you also hear this.
Raphael freaks out because when he hears they're being followed, and sends a minor illusion of one of those creatures that we fought earlier out in front of him, away, like out in the sewer, just out away from him. I don't know which direction.
Perception against illusions? You said it's a minor illusion, right?
Yeah, it's a minor illusion.
throw it up there.
That is investigation, I believe. If you can print it out for me. I think it's investigation it asks for.
It is investigation. Whoops, shit. Oh well. This might actually not go as well. Investigation. Yep. Listen, I'll just go ahead and hold it dead right now. Bong.
Tung! And I'm just going to assume that that anything that interacts with the illusion will cause it to dissipate. Well, actually, probably just pass it, but you can hear it. But you hear the ding, and the illusion just kind of fades away.
Oh shit, that was sacred magic. Guys, I think there's someone good over here.
Good is relative.
Good.
Kill them. Kill them.
Kill! Oh god! Who
Do I
are
hear them,
you?
GM? Do I hear them, GM? Like freaking
Yeah.
out over there?
Yeah, I mean, Raphael is very, very loud. It does sound
Do I
like
hear
he's...
Pyre out of curiosity?
Yeah, I'm gonna say
Yeah.
Pyre was definitely fueling that fear.
Yeah, when he says good is relative, kill them, I'm gonna say, I'd like to see you try, fireman.
As all that's going on, I guess I'll turn on my oil lantern again, just because I'm kind of scared and I'm blind.
You can
Honestly.
just open the open the hood if you're scared enough.
Yeah.
Honestly, are any of you really adventurers if you're this jumpy?
Should have seen the shit that we saw earlier,
Yes.
man. Like there was weird tentacle things. Like, come on, man.
Oh, I was wondering if you all died in here. I was not unbusy myself. I thought you were potentially leaving. I have news. I have been granted another vision.
You and visions, man. This is phenomenal. Yes, go ahead. What is your vision?
The next lead, we need to investigate those mines. Something was missed. Doesn't have to be tonight, but soon. Solemn has agents in those mines, and I think the owners of the house that owns those mines is in on it. We have bigger problems, political problems. A house that potentially worships Solemn can be very dangerous for this city.
Oh shit! So you're telling us to get out, rest, and go to those mines as quickly as we can because
What are
some
you
shit's
even
gonna go
doing
down.
here? What happened? I think something is going to go down, yes, fairly soon, but what are you doing here still? Did
We
you
got the
find
brain, we got
what
the
we were
shards.
looking for?
Someone said there was captives, maybe. I don't know if it was those homeless people that we killed or not, but
Captives? Did you see prisoners?
not yet. We're
Hold on.
going to look.
All written.
That's enough,
Prisoners north.
Pyre says. We found a cult down here who's worshiping the god of,
Magic.
well, the polite term is magic.
Yes,
However,
I know.
they are not what they appear to be: bugs eating the brains, controlling the bodies, and a brain with tentacles that can lash out with you with thought. There are prisoners near to us, according to Ash. I
On
intend
what
to find them.
grounds?
We don't know.
So
What-
you're going for prisoners that might not exist.
Yes.
Going
because
to the
they're
nearest exit, and we're looking for prisoners. Is there
Very
anything
well.
wrong with that, or you just got to
Not-
burr up your butt?
Not necessarily. I was just curious. Sometimes symbols that are written down are old. Just don't want everybody to get lost. That's all. Especially knowing what I know now. Let's go. I will go with you. Make sure everybody is healed and safe.
All right, two things first. One, where's your mark?
Phones, I forgot where I fucking put it. Now I have to open my backstory
hard.
and look at it.
Over your heart.
Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, he'll just kind of sigh and move his, like, literally raise his shirt to show his mark of Serkava on his heart.
He looks at it and finally nods, satisfied. Secondly, when we met, you told us your favorite food. What was it?
Oh fuck, what was it?
Out of character, you
I
never
would
told
know.
us.
Okay, I was about to say, you made me think. I'm gonna look at him and say, raise an eyebrow and say, "You're asking questions that never happened."
It was a trap. Good. All right, I'm convinced he is who he says he is. Sorry for the formalities. With this cult, with these bugs, with what's going on, I had to know that you.
Solemn
had
is
your brain.
dangerous. I don't blame you.
All right, let's go.
Come. Continue. I will come
Okay.
behind you. That sounded wrong. I will go behind you.
Ooh. We're not gonna do our typical we're not gonna do the typical party checks at this one. We're just going to speed our ways through. So as you guys are walking, you do hear like a moan, not like a zombie moan, but like almost like a sobbing little moan.
Move. I will say as I start pushing past everybody to see who this poor sap is that needs healing.
I will
It is-
put a hand
yeah.
on his shoulder to gently stop him. We can't see him yet. We only heard him. Voice is
I'm
carrying
aware.
him here. We're near, that's what's important.
Yep. So
If you
this is
are
what-
the healer, do not get shot.
Do not be.
so.
It could be a trap.
It could. Sorry, Jim, you were saying?
So this is where the path splits. The sounds you heard are off to the left. The exit is straight ahead north.
Well, might as well go
Alright.
check out the sounds.
Pyre nods. And he says this is the point of decision. Stefan, I think you made your case clear. That way, and he points to the left, I think, that the exit area is how to get out of here. You should be able to find it from here. And those who want to go with the prisoners, go right. I ask none of you to follow, but that is the path I will take.
I am relatively fresh. A detour is not going to harm me.
The exit doesn't seem too far. I'm down to follow.
Oh, also.
Okay,
Think of
so-
it this way. As of now, you are all agents of fate. We are potentially changing somebody's fate for the better.
I guess out of character, DM does this. It's secret that has the mark of Serkava as well, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Does he know that I have it?
I haven't seen it. I don't think I've seen it on you.
No, I don't believe
Yeah.
you've ever mentioned it, and he wasn't present at when you five initially met. So you haven't told him anything yet.
The only thing I know is that you guys met Serkava, and one of you made a deal with him. I believe.
Rather, all of them. All of them.
Or somebody, as far as he's concerned, made a deal. Whether it's all of them or one person or something.
All right.
Which is why he was willing to hire these people in the first place, on behalf of the church.
If I may, I'd like to get next to him and just ask how frequently he communicates with Serkava.
I don't. That is not how my father works. That is how Pyre's father works. My father works in different ways. I have visions, but they're not necessarily direct communications from him. I have never met nor spoken to my father. Would I like to? Sure, but there's a big line. I have a lot of half-siblings. A lot. I am an instrument of fate in that everyone's fate is individual. So therefore, I am part of the church, but I am my father's child, but I am not my father. I also make my own decisions.
Well, let's go see what got you so worried about these moans.
Well, it's not the moans I'm worried about, it's the minds for later. I'll tell more about the vision when we have time. It doesn't seem appropriate now.
Well, let us get in gear, search for these prisoners, and get out of here. If there
I
are
will nod at Stefan and motion for them to go, and I will follow.
All right. So is the whole party together, or are you splitting up? Some of you leaving right now, and some of you visiting the prisoners.
Everyone's going to the prisoners. That's why I heard.
Everyone going to prisoners. Okay. Okay. All right. And does Pyre? So Secret. So Secret's pushed his way as close to basically right behind Pyre.
I would say behind Pyre.
Okay.
Yeah. Essentially behind the tanks.
Alright.
So that they're within touch range.
All right. Just a small adjustment. Okay. The Kenku is going to duck behind the group and let Zorg lead, since he doesn't know what lies ahead.
Does he know what is in that direction? Normally?
In that direction, there are a couple, I suppose, maintenance. There are a couple maintenance areas as well as other outlets into the streets.
Gang activity?
Gang activity. We are in the 1%er district. It's possible that gangs would be operating out here, though it's
But
not
incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, it's not as common.
And it is more likely cultists. And I apologize for doubting you. I thought it was more likely to be related to gangs than cults. Even I can be wrong sometimes. I apologize.
I guess before we fully continue walking, since I got one hand with the lantern, I'm gonna go ahead and get a rapier out. Just be prepared.
Okay. Are you gonna keep it hooded, or are you gonna raise the hood?
I'm gonna keep it half hooded just so I have enough light to kind of see in front of us, or like where we're walking.
Well, if you put the hood on, you can still see around yourself.
Alright, and that's what I'll do, because everybody else has dark vision. I'm just more worried for me not tripping and not, you know, falling in the water.
Alright, Zorg. You guys begin to follow the sound of the weeping. And you come upon... It's just around a corner. And I'll let you guys tell me how you approach it.
I ambush it from the front.
I set off the tactical nuke in my pocket.
I approach loud and proud.
I open my hooded lantern.
I will get quiet.
Okay. So is everyone basically stealthing then? As they creep up to it?
I am confident I am walking the open.
Okay.
I will stealth
I
to
will
it.
also walk in the open.
Okay. Anyone who's stealthing, feel free to make your stealth rolls now.
I don't know
That's-
how stealthy I can be if I got a big ass light of ball around.
Doesn't matter. Apparently, the dice say that I am apparently out in the open, even if I don't realize it.
Yeah, it's currently on your
Stealthing
mind.
in the back.
It's currently on your mind, like, what the heck did these guys face? What did I miss? Like, you're
Yeah,
just very
exactly. Like,
curious.
why are they also shook? You know? Because clearly, whatever they dealt with before I got there really shook them, really fucked with their heads. So yeah, I'm a little wondering or a little worried. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Alright. Yep. So, while you attempt to stealth is like, should I be expecting something different? Should I be expecting something like a ghost? Are they gonna come out of the walls? Maybe if I walk
Yeah.
this way? Like, while you're basically contemplating and doing all sorts of things based on theories in your head, Pyre and Zorg confidently walk out in the open, and I might as well just move you guys to a place that better fits the area. We're just gonna put you guys over here. And Zorg and Pyre confidently walk out into the open. And you do see someone chained up, along with some apparently dead tentacles in the corners of the room. The guy essentially looks like a beggar. And he looks up at you guys. He says, "Oh, you're not demons, are you? You're not those... Have you come to help me?"
Insight.
Sure. Make an insight
I
roll.
want to make sure this isn't a trap. He's not the trap. What are these fucking rolls today, dude? Well-
It seems like genuine.
Perception.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll bet it seems genuine.
Perception, what are you looking for?
Does he have a slug attached to him or anything like that?
Okay, make a perception roll. So, secret. So, I mean, it seems like genuine fear from what you can see.
Okay. Well, that's what I'll roll with.
At the very least, it doesn't seem like he's got any tentacles on him or around him. You do see some expired bodies also chained up to the walls. They are rotting, so it doesn't look like they're in the process of turning into a mind flayer like some of the ones that you'd seen earlier. But this guy, at the very least, he doesn't seem to have been here that long.
Alright, so Pyre's going to speak up and bark out some orders. Throg, look at the dead bodies. I'll take this other side. Secret, see if you can examine this man. Pay attention to the ears and mouth. Everyone else, guard the entrance to the room. This one's pretty small.
Vaughn steps up to the entrance. Prepares cantrip in case it's
Fair cantrip, okay. Monica will assist.
If
To
nobody's
prepare a
paying
room cantrip,
attention,
right?
I'd like to sneak a body in my bag of holding.
You already have a few bodies in your bag. I forget if you... I don't think you took one of the beggar bodies from earlier, but you did take a mind flayer body earlier, and the brain.
Whatever the fucking plague doctor needs, for science.
I mean, you can take another body if you want. I believe you've also taken a tentacle.
For science, I'm taking everything for science. These don't seem appealing to me. I like my my meat a little bit more fresh.
I will slowly approach the man. Can I do some kind of medicine check to gauge his health, like his physical health?
Yes. Zorg, and Zorg, you hear... So, Pyre, make a perception roll. Zorg, make a perception roll since you guys are securing the rest of the room. Zorg, you do hear in the head. You do hear in your head. I feel that if we leave this person alive, he'll only be a liability in the future. I would advise, perhaps, killing him. We don't exactly know how these brain bugs work, and we don't know how far gone he is. Though, I know you all want to help, so if you disagree with me, then you can feel free to leave him alive. We will be surveilling him after he leaves, though.
For science.
Yeah, it's up to you, Zorg, if you want to relay that to the rest of the group.
I will not relay that information to the rest of the
Alright,
so we'll see how it plays out.
Alright. And Rafayel, did you want to do anything?
I was trying to just stealth along with the group and make sure nothing was sneaking up on us.
Also
Okay,
important, by the way, so I wouldn't be mad if you did that.
So make a perception roll. Let's see if you do spot anything around you. Make it with advantage. The Kenku will help you.
Oh, sweet, because I want to say, perception is not my greatest, but I'm down to try. Let's see what the luck says tonight. 14, okay.
Nothing seems to be sneaking up on you. You check into the waters as well. You kind of throw a stone into it, see if it has an illusion under it, just like the breeding area you were at earlier. Pyre and Zorg, you guys look around at the dead bodies, at the dead tentacles and the dead bodies. They don't look like they're going to come alive. The tentacles seem like they've been split open. And there doesn't seem to be anything inside of them at the moment.
Does it look like they've hatched, or does it look like someone cut them?
it doesn't look like it's been cut externally.
Yeah, that's what happens. Okay. These guys are definitely dead, right, DM?
Yeah, they're rotting. You can see a few flies on them. The ones that you fought earlier that seemed to have been in the process of turning into a mind flare, they were definitely not rotting.
Okay.
You might want to check inside skulls if you really want to check.
Out of character, I agree with you, but before I go that drastic. Alright, Secret. Do what you can. You got 1 minute with him. After that, if you confirm these bodies as being dead, I think
I
we might
will
need
do
to cut off
so.
their heads.
What am I know I only rolled a 10, but what do I know from my examination of him?
He might have a minor concussion of some sort. Looks like he was hit on the head. He is chained to the wall right now. Other than that, he seems relatively fine. He doesn't seem to have like any bruises from getting, say, pulled or being.
So I don't really see any
restrained.
wounds per se, like no open
No.
wounds, just a hit ahead. Gonna look
Yeah.
back and say, I don't see any open wounds. He does appear to have a head injury, probably a concussion. But I do not see any open wounds. Not even
Like,
really
you
bruises.
got lock-picking stuff, right?
What?
My thieves' tools have lock-picking stuff?
Yep.
Yes.
Thief pulls are, lockpicks are part of thieves' tools.
Pick disables have traps.
Alright, I'd like to get in there and I guess, get him unshackled.
Alright. That's Ash, right?
Yeah.
So Pyre sees you come in and he nods and steps out. As he does so, he says, see if you can hear him talk, where he came from, what happened, what he saw.
That
Any
secret
information.
really grew. Ash really grew when he stepped in.
Yeah, it was just like he also apparently is a mimic himself.
Oh darn, we weren't supposed to reveal that this soon.
Shape changer.
And
Alright,
Sir?
make a thieves' tools check, dexterity.
There's a roll for these tools on the sheet.
yeah,
Yeah, it's on the left side, in the middle. It's in the tool proficiencies and custom skills. It's underneath your passive wisdom. Just click on Thieves Tools. It'll ask you, a box will pop up. It'll ask you for which stat you want, and just choose Dexterity.
while he's doing that, can I talk to him? This guy, I mean?
Yes. Go ahead.
Right. My name is Secret Dream. I'm from the Church of Serkava. Or Serkava. What is your name?
I'm Anton.
Anton?
I don't know how I
want
got
you-
here. Oh,
Do you feel any pain?
any pain? Oh, I suppose my head aches. Other than that, I don't really feel anything else funny.
Okay. You said you don't remember how you ended up here. What's the last thing you remember before you woke up here?
I was picking some mushrooms.
Here in the
I heard-
sewers?
Yes, here in the sewers.
Okay.
And then I heard the sound of wind. The next thing I knew, I was here, surrounded by all these carcasses and corpses.
But not who brought you here.
No,
You didn't see that.
I didn't see that. Though if it
You're
is in the company of those tentacles, I don't really want to find out.
You didn't hear any voices since you've been down here?
Voices? No.
People
No voices.
walking around? Okay. So you've basically been alone since you've woken up the first time down here.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know roughly how many days it's been? I know you can't see the sun.
I don't know. It feels like it hasn't been that long.
How malnourished does he look?
As malnourished as beggars are in the slum district. So
Okay.
probably just above, like, bare bones gaunt.
Okay. Do you have any other symptoms? Dizziness, nausea?
I suppose I do feel a little nauseous. Head is spinning a
Okay.
little bit.
Okay. Once my friend releases you, I'm going to get you out of here. We are going to take you to the church, and we will have you examined, maybe get you a meal.
Zorg, you hear in your ear. Hold on. Zorg, would you mind bringing the monocle right next to his ears? I want to see both of his ears.
Okay. I'd use the monocle and inspect his ears.
Remember to keep it on. Remember to keep it on your face. It does.
Yeah.
That is part of it. Zorg, you wouldn't happen to be willing to, say, pick his earwax out, would you?
Take his
Oh, look at-
earwax out?
Does he say that out loud?
Yes, I said that out loud.
Oh, look at it, Zorg. Funny. What are you talking about?
You also don't know anything about the Plague Doctor.
No, I don't.
So,
That's why I
yeah.
look at him like, what
Yep.
the fuck are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
The Plague Doctor. Our contract.
I'm going to assume that thing you're wearing on your face is how you're talking to him.
That's how he sees.
And what does he want? Or she?
I take his earwax out.
Just a moment. Gonna checking to see if I have something I could kind of sort of use as a Q-tip in my inventory for containment purposes and that. Alright, this might be slightly blasphemous and a completely wrong use of this. I will pull out one of my many sticks of incense. Should be potentially just small enough, yeah?
So the Plague Doctor says, I don't think the cleric of Serkava should be doing this. Look, just get the rogue over there and just get Ash to defeather one of his arrows for me. We can probably use that or something. We don't need to use a stick of incense.
You burn it in his ear.
You're muted. You're muted, by the way, Ish. So whatever
Yeah,
you said,
Ash.
we didn't hear.
Is he at the computer?
Do I
Yeah.
hear that or am I?
Yeah, we're talking to you.
Alright, well, I get my ass over there, reaching for a arrow from my quiver and just defeathering it.
Okay.
Secret does not look even like it's very obvious he's relieved. He doesn't have to blasphemize his fucking kit to do this.
What do you want me to do with this?
Give it here. Please, and thank you. And may I use the feather to dig out some earwax?
I lean over toward Monica with all this going on over there with feathers, talk about earwax. You know what the hell they're doing? I don't.
No. Oh, you're not talking to me. Sorry.
No, this must be some ritual of Serkava or something. Maybe it's to exorcise the demons out of him.
Okay. Could be.
Can I use the
Just in case.
just in case he's about to blow up, prepare a spell on us or something?
Okay. So you dig around in both ears, and there is earwax present. And the Plague Doctor says, "Alright. I suppose nothing has entered through his ear canal if he's got this much earwax. Never mind. Never mind. Proceed as normal."
Did Ash manage to free him with a 13?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, these
I will
were
help him
pretty
up.
bad locks.
I'll help him up. I know he's probably going to be a little dizzy and it's going to be hard for him to walk while he has a concussion.
Yeah. Now you carry him over one of your shoulders, and
I have an 8 strength. No, I'm taking him to Pyre for that.
at the very
no,
least,
I'm not carrying a Baker. That's Zorg.
I'll look at him and say, "You will help me. You do not have to carry him,
Well,
but you will help me."
I am outside the room. There are people in the way. Zorg is there.
Oh yeah, I forgot Zorg is there. Sorry, even though he was there. Yeah, I'll look at Zorg. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I will going to look at Zorg and be like, "Will you help me? He's going to be dizzy."
Yes.
I'll just put one of his arms around mine and put the other guy's other arm over Zorg's shoulders. Easy, buddy. I've got you.
And-
We've
As
got
he
you.
does that, I come up behind and grab him by his feet. Got this.
so all three of you are picking him up.
Just
like,
wheelbarrowing him now. What the fuck
yeah,
is going
essentially.
on? This dude's gonna throw up even more now because we're gonna be practically holding him upside down. Ugh. Come
This was-
along.
Monica just looks at Stavad, is like, "Oh yes, this is definitely all part of some elaborate ritual."
Ritual for
worry.
what? What are you talking about?
Oh, don't mind us. Don't mind us.
Talking-
We're just seeing you exorcise some demons. Please, please do go on. I'll just be watching. And she's writing stuff down in her notebook.
And just look up at the sky and just want to kind of give me strength. And he's just gonna, with Zorg's help, start walking him and say, "This is it. We're good to go."
Thank God. I thought I was gonna die here.
Don't thank God. Thanks Serkava.
I mean, he is
Fate
the
has
god.
found you fortunate today.
I mean, he is the god, so yeah, same thing. At least he's the patron god of beer.
Gotcha.
Alright. And you guys make your way out.
I
Make
intend
your
to
way-
take him to the Church of Serkava, like I said.
Alright. You can take him to the church. The plague doctor did ask to meet you guys, so are you going to drop him off in care of some clerics and then come back with the party?
That was my plan.
Okay.
I imagine there's like, a certain part of the church that takes care of homeless people. Basically bring him to a shelter that the church would run, essentially.
Yes, the shelter is basically full most of the time, but when you basically say that, you're basically gonna say that this is urgent, right? Or something like that.
I'm pulling rank. Like, I'm a seer. I will pull rank if I have to.
He's saying
All
that, but in my mind, I'm thinking I was gonna take this guy to the plague doctor to get him looked at.
Out of character, you trust the plague doctor? Mm-hmm.
Is
I
the
don't,
guy
but I don't
the
know.
temple more.
I mean, like, I kind of do.
Yeah. So, anyway, not a bad idea, but you just talk to Secret on the way there, and you two can figure it out.
So you two can figure that out. Zora can even tag along with you with the Sending Stone and Monocle if you want to speak with him.
Alright. How far away are we from the exit before we have to make that decision?
I mean, you can basically be already out. Nothing else happens. You're out of the sewers. You're in town, so you guys can have this conversation while you're walking.
Well, I guess, essentially we'd kind of be asking him what he wants to do. I asked the beggar, I tell him, I know you wanna, of course, get, some food in you and, maybe some shelter, but aren't you curious to what happened to you?
Oh, look at Ash like he's on crack or something. What are you talking about? It's obvious what happened to him.
Obvious, yes, but there are still some unanswered questions.
You do not think the church can get those answers?
Is the church the one that's paying us?
I mean, technically yes, because you guys are hired under Secret as well as hired under the House of Wright, so technically yes.
Okay. Well, what the fuck?
This is the second time I've heard about this plague doctor. What have you failed to tell me?
It appears that he is curious. Zorg, perhaps you should hand Secret the stone.
I'll hand Secret his signet stone, the greater signet stone.
Do I recognize, because he called it a signet stone, do I recognize the symbol that's on the stone?
It's a sending stone. He keeps
Oh,
calling it
sorry,
signet
sorry,
stone.
sorry,
It just
sorry.
looks like a normal white rock, basically.
Okay, if it's a regular yeah, okay. I'm gonna look at that. Do I recognize the item for what it is as a sending stone?
It looks very similar to sending stones that you've used in the past, so it probably
Okay.
is a sending stone of some sort.
I'll look at Zorg and say thank you as I take it.
Hello, Secret Seer of the Church of Serkava, demigod. I am the Plague Doctor, employed by the House of Wright. A pleasure to meet you, or rather, to talk to you.
I see that I have been, well, discussed, or my reputation precedes me more than I thought. You have me at a slight disadvantage, and you have a strange name that you go by.
Names are important in our line of work. They are on a need-to-know basis. All you need to know is that I am the Plague Doctor.
With the House of Wright.
Yes.
You're gonna have to remind me, GM, out of character. That vision, who are the mines owned by again?
The House of Steele.
Is that Steel? Okay.
The House
What
of Wright
was
deal
the
with
House of Wright?
intelligence. They deal with
Intelligence? Okay.
Intelligence, espionage, clandestine activities, basically.
So somebody having a code name as silly as the Plague Doctor fits right in, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Well, tell you what. If you're with the House of Wright, I don't know what deal you have with them, but perhaps you can also be useful in my mission. Tell me what you want with this man, if you want anything. And we can negotiate.
We don't necessarily need that man, though if you bring him to my care, as out of respect to Ash, I will ensure that nothing terrible befalls him, at least not from the House of Wright.
Well, what deal do you have with the others, in general? Why do you know them? When did you meet?
I simply got into contact with Ash, asked him to explore the sewers once again, see if there really were cultists hiding in the darkness. And he has performed beyond expectations, I would say.
Were you listening through that thing the entire time when I spoke of my vision?
Yes.
Then I have nothing to bargain with. How disappointing.
And I am also aware of whatever it is that unusual crystal was. I've never seen anything like that. But
That
one-
is not yours.
Indeed it is not. It is Ash's. At the very least
Well,
for now.
Either way... Sorry, go ahead.
Again, out of respect, I will not be relaying this information to the House of Wright. This will just be between us.
No, but you are free to relay my vision to your house. They might not believe it, but then again, I am a seer. I am not some crackpot. There is something that was missed in those mines, and I believe it was the mark of Solemn.
The Mark of Solemn in those mines. Do you know which mines in particular? There are many mines outside of Veer.
Several. Many mines. Hold on, I'm going back to make sure I didn't just fucking...
There weren't any named mines yet.
No, but I'm just checking. I was making sure that it was multiple. He saw multiple. It wasn't just a particular one. Yeah, okay. Yes, there was multiple mines and quarries in general.
Multiple mines.
All of them within... All the ones I saw, I can at least verify were in Veer, and I do believe that they were... I did not see the mark of the House of Steele. I saw a different mark, but that mark in my vision burned away, and when it burned away, it was the Eye of Solemn. So there is essentially a shadow faction that is in control of Solemn and his forces. Somebody under the guise of being rebels. Rebels.
There will be a rebellion. Interesting.
A rebellion happening inside the mines of Steel.
Rebellion in the mines of Steel. I see.
Whether Steel is in control of that or it's going to be against them, that I do not know. Although, given some of the other evidence we found earlier, I'd be more likely to be inclined that Steel is traitorous.
I see.
And I am willing to stake myself as a seer on that.
I will relay this information. Talk of rebellion is quite dire. Do you happen to know the exact time frame?
What? Probably not, right? Did I get a sense of when? No. Okay, so I'll just say, not exactly, but I would suggest sooner rather than later. My visions do not necessarily have time limits.
I suppose there is one. There are seasons, and at the very least, it's still the same. It's still
I can tell obviously the same season in the vision as it was today. I'll say the only thing I know is it will be before the season is over. So, what is it, like the middle of spring now, roughly?
Yes, it is the middle of spring right now.
You're already halfway through the season. You do the math.
I see.
Now,
if you
are... Sorry, go ahead.
If we manage to pick up any information, then I will keep you posted. At least whatever the House of Wright is willing to impart onto me. I imagine that this will be on a need-to-know basis. Talks of rebellion and traitors and cults, they can be highly classified because we don't want the enemy to know too much.
No, but if it does come to a matter of a dark, banished god, churches will get involved, whether you want them to or not. Keep that in mind, too. Do not treat us as your enemy.
So long as your words are backed directly by Serkava, then we will not see you as an enemy. Serkava has been good to all of us, and we have no reason to turn against him.
Oh, very well. For now, I will acquiesce the patient to you, since you seem to trust Ash so much, and Ash seems to trust you. I'll look over at Ash, like, as I'm saying that. And then I will say, then I guess I shall see you or an associate of yours soon. We're bringing him now.
Very well.
And I will hand the stone back. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I'm not going to cut him off.
And he is basically just going to tell you, like, we'll meet at the Golden Cat brothel.
Is that one of the ones that... Oh, no, you said he doesn't take me to those places. Never mind.
No, Cass doesn't take
okay.
the brothels. No.
Okay, so then I'll say, oh, goody. You mean just like Dad is the last thing he'll say as he gives gives the stone back to Zorg and smiles at him and pats him on the shoulder and say, I appreciate the moment. Thank you. I killed the GM. I'm sorry. But
Alright.
I'll look at Zorg and say, it seems you all have made an interesting ally. That's you, James.
The bills paid.
James? Oh, he's a BRB. Okay, never mind.
No, he's
I missed
here.
that.
I just
He
got
meant-
back.
Okay.
What's up?
Yeah, okay, so I gave you the stone, I smiled, and I said, thank you for the moment, and then I said, it seems like you have made an interesting ally.
I will take the stone back, and I will say yes, indeed.
Would anybody like to tell me the story of how you met him?
Ash is the only
Given
one who
who-
would. Ash is the only one who'd actually know.
We ended up meeting after completing I guess
The
the
Tournament of Steel. You're champions of the Tournament of Steel of a previous one.
just gotten a job, and we had only gotten the job because of that little bit of fame, being able to show we could get something done through that tournament.
Interesting. How much do you actually trust him?
I don't, but if it gets the bills paid,
Has he done you wrong at any point so far?
it's the first mission, so no.
And we have no choice but to trust him for now. He could be useful. Or at least his connections could.
Everyone is until they're not.
When he's not, we will deal with that. If it gets to that point. Alright, show me. Take me to where I'm supposed to. I'll wave at Ash and be like, take me where I'm supposed to lead this guy.
Well, let's get out of here. Well, we've already gotten out of there, so I guess
Yeah.
we're making our way to the Golden Cat brothel.
Yep.
You're ready to drink and eat?
Maybe a little more.
Hopefully they have some good meat.
Not what I meant.
So Pyre is going to drop back and talk to what's his face? Shing.
Shing, okay.
So, you mentioned that life was hard. You didn't find the future you wanted here in Beer.
Indeed.
What
As
was
much
that
starts.
future you were chasing?
A future. Well, we heard. Okay, let me just look over there. I forget what the political situation was over there. I think that arc has not started yet. So he's not escaping that yet. So. To be frank, I was searching for a better life for my family. Ravenwood is very isolationist, closed off from the world. And we hear talks of cities where gold is piled high, of great buildings that pierce the heavens. And some of the buildings here do impress, though the wealth seems to only pass around to a select few.
The powerful take what they want. They need people who are reliable. You seem to be overlooked. You proved yourself somewhat in the sewers. I don't know much about your kind. What did you want with the gold?
What did I want for the gold? Well, I want my children to live a happier life than I did. I have 3 children, one and another in the oven. I want them to study magic, to go into the clergy, to pursue what they want. Because it was always a struggle for survival over there. Next to Drensis.
Always is. Mutters.
Why do you think your kids have the talent to worship, not worship, but to act as the gods' avatars, or to wield the arcane with their hands? It's much harder to do than to simply say and hope and wish for.
Indeed it is, though they have never been given the opportunity to try. And I hope to change that. I hope that they can find their future, whatever it may be.
It's not about trying, it's about saying, what have they done, what have you done, to think that they are worthy of trying.
I could
If
ask the
there are-
same of you, Pyre.
Well, I was born into a situation that gave me these things. The truth is, I seized it. I sought it. I found a thirst for knowledge and independence. The very platform that set me up shackled me in place, and it is my goal to break those shackles, to rise above. It is not what I was given, it is what I have taken and who I decide to be.
So he's asking the same thing for his kids. Why is that
Yes.
different?
It's different because I don't know his kids. He said nothing more than wanting them to be happy. But why should they be happy? Why do they deserve this when others do not have it?
Because not everybody is born into the privilege that you and I are born into.
Let's say one person can have this opportunity out of 1,000. He has 3 he wants to give this opportunity to. That's 1 out of 3,000. Turns back to Shane. What makes your children the exception?
What makes my children the exception? What
It's
have
not
they
about
done?
it's not about what you want. It's about what you've done with what you have.
Well, if he's
They, I mean, it's like the young ones, they are brighter than I was at my age. They taught themselves how to read, even taught themselves how to write. I can see glimmers of brilliance in them. At
For
least.
Kinku, that's impressive. No offense. I've met plenty of your kind. I know how you typically do languages.
Yes, by copying. But these ones, I feel that they are gifted. Although I'm not the greatest judge of that, due to my more simple background. I admit
Overcoming a simple background shows more merit than being born with it. You've convinced me on that front. Let's go to the next one. Personality. Let's say they have the talent. Let's say they're given the gold. Let's keep them from wasting it. What is their character?
You're asking an awful lot of a father of his children.
Who else would know better?
People change.
Not only
have
that-
any kids?
Not only that, this guy's the guy who's constantly working trying to get food for his family, so he doesn't actually.
Yeah, out of character,
can't-
TM, why do you think Pyre's asking these questions? Keep going.
Ash, it sounded like Ash was trying to say something too.
I was just asking Pyre like if he had any kids because like the way he's throwing those questions, like, you know, makes me wonder.
To be honest, the mother would know much more about their personality than I would. I'm constantly out of the house, trying to make ends meet, trying to find mushrooms in the underground. If I had to say, I'd say that one of them is more quiet and reserved. The other one is boisterous and outgoing, and another one just has curiosity for various things, always poking his head into trouble, poking his head into other people's business to learn. At least, that's what I hear.
He is. A mother always knows the children better. She's the one who raises.
Yes,
The father contributes some if he's a good father, but the mother raises the children.
In some people's
Regardless.
experiences, maybe.
It's not what he has, it's not what he doesn't have, it's what he does have, and that's why I'm interested in the first impressions. Alright. How much gold would you want? If you were to give in a number, a prayer answered by the gods, what would you need?
Be very careful of your next words.
How much would I need? Let's see. Based off of the research that he has done, and based off the questions. First off, how close are you guys to the Golden Cat Inn? Is this like right outside the door? Or
As close as you think we've probably gotten while we're walking and talking, I assume.
Yeah, I kind of assume this is why Secret was talking to Monocle Death Doctor,
Okay.
Plague Doctor, whatever.
Oh, I thought this was after.
We don't
That's
know
my
how
fault. That's
far
why I
the
interjected.
future-
It's fine.
Prices. I have asked around. Not sure how reliable some of the contacts are. At the very least, a scholarship to Ashenvale would be around 300 a head. So altogether, for their futures alone, that would be 900 gold.
Alright. Well, this is the point of my questioning. I will let the others decide. In my experience, giving gold where gold is not earned is the quickest path to destruction and misery. However, opening up opportunities and teaching one how to grow gold is different. Because of your bravery and common sense, staying out of the way when not needed, I would like to range the money I got from this venture into investing into you and your family. If he follows through with his word, that's 500 gold. Not what you asked for, but enough for at least one of your children. You may have to make a difficult choice. But in doing this, I will have you employed under my house in this city. I will get my contacts working with you, because I care more about your sharpness and character than I do about your current skills. Anyone can learn a skill, it's a matter of being worth the investment, and I believe you, possibly your kids as a result, are worth the investment. Will not carry you all the way, will not have everything given to you, but it will give you an opportunity in the city that you will not have again.
Thank you very
Cross
much
me.
for your kindness. And he bows his head. Bows his head to you. And now I need
Respect
to
is
make a
good.
whole bunch of NPCs.
Yep. Respect is good, but I look for loyalty, I look for innovation, I look for intelligence, I look for someone who is driven. Not someone who wants to overcome, but someone who wants to take what they are given, improve upon it, and surpass what has come before them. Have these qualities, you will find a place. I am not giving you what you deserve, nor am I giving you anything out of pity. I am making an investment.
I understand.
That- the person
will
that's saying
continue
all
being
that is
useful.
the person that's the server of Serkava, right?
No, that is
son of
Pyre.
Zygon, son of the god of fire.
Yeah, I am the son of Serkava.
Okay, my bad.
I see your father's blood runs through you, whether you like it or not.
I am a shadow of my father, and someday there may come the time where he is no longer on this mortal plane, and I will need to take his place.
Oh, you're funny. We all die the same just because we are our godly parents' children.
I know. I'm not looking to replace him. I'm looking for covering for him while he is not here and does his work in the astral plane. I am a steward. Maybe I'll overcome his work someday, but I doubt it. If I do, I think it'll be the proudest moment he'll have of his life. To make something that he himself cannot do, that is the goal of every father.
I wouldn't know.
Maybe not every father.
I'm just saying.
What's a family?
A family is something that is both a blessing and a curse.
Oh, so you're saying... Oh, so does that mean it's a good thing to be an orphan or a bad thing to be an orphan?
It's both.
It's both.
It's like, Ash, what is your reaction to his statement? Because Monica did Monica did ask that, but I want to see what your reaction is first before Monica reacts.
To which statement, out of curiosity? Mine?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a
That
blessing.
it's okay to be an
and a curse.
orphan, or what's a family?
He said it's
No.
both a good thing, a blessing, and a curse, essentially. And that, yes, it's both a good thing and a bad thing at the same time to be an orphan.
It's a good thing in some cases, depending upon parent. Better be an orphan.
I mean,
I hate
being an orphan doesn't seem that bad to me.
to sound like pyre, but sometimes being an orphan is good because it gives you a chance to really find out who you are, free of influence of your parents.
And sometimes it sucks as you have no clue who you are at all.
That's
And I'm just having
growing
a
up. Even if you have
flashback of, like,
parents, when you grow up, you find out who you,
It's
And you
not
be-
the same.
your own person, no matter what or who.
Sorry, Ash, it sounded like you were saying something, but your mic is a little quiet.
Yeah. But yeah, go on, Ash. What are you gonna say?
How's he getting quieter? What the fuck?
I don't
It's-
know.
Get closer. Get closer. Get closer to your computer. Closer to your microphone.
This is better.
No! It's quieter. No! I have you at 200%. I literally cannot turn you up anymore.
Pick up, Ishmael.
Sorry.
Hold on. I'm gonna turn up my actual my fucking Windows volume. I'm gonna blow up as soon as Bones says something. I already know it.
You don't have to turn me up. I'll just start talking louder. I'm talking pretty low.
So what were you saying?
I guess to that statement, and before Monica's reaction, I just say, I guess it depends on the circumstances of becoming an orphan. And because I haven't really shared with this party about my backstory, really, right?
Nope, no one.
All right, so yeah. We'll see what happens once we get to the bar if we are still on these topics. You
Fire
just
will
be pretty
change the
quiet,
Go ahead.
looking at the ground.
Pyre will change the topic a little bit. Secret. You seem surprised. Do you not remember the events about a decade ago? Many gods gave up their lives to stop the demonic invasion. spread
I'm
of
aware.
corruption.
Actually, that wasn't a demonic invasion. That was the world war of exclusively gods
My
versus
bad.
gods.
When was the demonic invasion, DM?
That is, I believe, AD. I believe AD is 150 years ago, approximately.
Okay, so in 7 decade, he would say a century or two. He'll say,
I, of course,
you don't
have learned
remember-
about it as part of the church.
All right. Then you're aware that the gods literally took their own lives to assume astral form.
Yes.
That is why I prepare. I do not hope that it will happen, but it is an event that is logical, that may be necessary. What happens to mortals on Earth when the gods aren't there to guide them?
Fate will always be fate, whether there are gods or not. That's why I like it.
Then why is your father a god of fate? Is it not his stewardship?
Fate. While my father is the god of fate, there is another definition of fate that I like. A definition that also states that fate, at the end of the day, is the culmination of all of your life's choices and the results they take in front of you. You are always in control of your fate because of your choices. Even the factors outside of your control, the way you react to them, determines your fate.
Most deadly thing on a battlefield is one well-aimed arrow. It does not matter how good you are. It hits its mark. Fate has struck.
And yet, if you were sick and you did not go to the battle that day, doesn't matter if the arrow was there.
Someone else may have taken it for you.
My point
Alright.
exactly.
I do not wish to further debate fate with someone who is much more schooled with it than I am.
I pat him on the
We have
shoulder
some
and just
common
smile.
ground.
One day, Pyre, I'll teach you. You're a quick learner.
Anyone else want to say something before we get there?
I'm good.
Alright. So you make your way. So the Golden Cat is in the slum district. You make your way through some odd ends and corners. People seem to avoid you. You bump into some patrolling night watch guards in the district. But other than that, it's largely uneventful. You arrive at the Golden Cat brothel. And when you open the door, who's leading?
I assume it would be not Mirazor because we'd be slowed down probably carrying this, like helping this concussed dude.
Yes, all
So-
three of you are still wheelbarrowing that guy.
Jesus Christ.
All this way. I'll talk.
Dude, this is gonna be one fucked up fucking homeless dude. He's gonna be like, what is fate? Like, what? He's gonna be like pondering the nature of existence by the time we fucking get him there.
It's just going to be like, oh, pretty
I don't want
words.
to use him as a ram.
Let's not. He already has a
Actually-
concussion.
Actually, if he wakes up, he'll probably be put back to sleep.
Bonk.
Anyways, no one speaking up. Pyre will take charge and open up the door. He is proactive.
Ah, welcome, welcome. How may I assist you? Are you looking for a group stay or perhaps individuals? It's a butler-esque
Wow.
looking dude.
Wow,
Goodness,
we
that's
you
why
are
you're the
fast.
cat girl. All right. So Pyre nods and he says, "I believe we're here to meet a representative, an individual who communicated with us."
Oh, the
Points with a
special
thumb
guests.
at Sorg. Do you recognize that monocle?
Ah, I see. A VIP. Don't worry. The private room is all the way over there. Go down the end of the hall, take a right, go up the stairs, and it's the first door on your left.
I assume our host is
assume-
Payne.
You assume what?
I assume our host is Payne.
Yes, he will sort it. He will sort it out. Though do not be alarmed if he doesn't have all of your gold here. Sometimes it is channeled through other means.
Naturally.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe not much on the street. Secret?
What?
You were saying something.
Oh, yes, that basically everything he was saying was checking out.
Fate. Alright, Pyre will follow the directions, DM.
All right.
As they get done with hearing the directions, I drop the dude's feet to the ground, and I'm like, "Can I get up here?"
Ah, yes. In just a moment, I'll have a beer right up for you. And he goes behind the bar, like you guys are walking along. He pulls out a tankard, pours one out for you, and hands it to you.
Thank you.
Indeed. At your convenience, refreshments, food, for all of us.
Very well.
You're paying, Pyre.
I shall prepare. Would you like a private room, or would you be fine dining in the restaurant area?
With the VIP, please.
With the VIP. Let's see.
Have like shag carpets we're just going to destroy.
I suppose I could make an exception for that type of room. Very
So-
well.
Pyre will wave a hand and he'll say, "We'll follow protocol. Just let us know when it's ready."
Very well. We shall set up a different private abode for you all. And
Thank you.
He quickly starts writing down some notes. Like, are you guys also gonna give him orders of what you possibly want, or are you just gonna leave that up to him?
I almost called him Star, wrong character. Secret will order a drink that is the only thing he'll say is he wants a one alcoholic drink that's not too strong and that is very sweet, and he only wants one. He's being responsible today.
Very well.
You may surprise me.
With a beer already in my hand, I tell him, "I'll have another one of these. And, let me get a boar's leg."
A boar's leg. Very
I'm
well,
going
very
to
well.
tell you, Ash, be very careful where you're ordering food from, considering what part of the city we're in.
It's the Golden Cat. I've been here before. I'm assuming.
First time.
Yes.
First time for me.
Undoubtedly the first time for many of us here.
Yes.
I will turn to the proprietor and say, nodding at Monica, "We will have some of your good wine."
Good wine.
Yeah, not the cheap stuff you serve over the counter, the stuff bottled.
Ah, yes. We do have some varieties just for a special occasion. Very well, very well.
Depending on the entree, match it with what you feel is the good match.
Very well.
Pyre looks down at himself, looks back up, and he says, "I want color. I want dark green vegetables. I want bright vegetables. And I would like a good, fine slab of meat. Ale, either black ale or wine. Doesn't make a difference. Make sure it's good. But before we go to the room, do you have a place we can clean off?"
A place you can clean off.
I will take-
Prostitution?
I can take the patient myself while the rest of you clean off. I was not really doing anything gross.
So you would probably know this, having stayed here for some days. So there aren't private restrooms. Well, there's buckets that you can do your business in, but that's it. There aren't like washrooms here. There are public bathhouses that you'd normally be taking in, and the slums are a bit unsanitary. But in the commercial district, those are very well maintained. So you probably wouldn't want to go to a public wash house over here, and they wouldn't, and you get the impression that there isn't a private washroom here either. There's a bucket for you to do your business, but that's it.
All right. I do not have prestidigitation. I regret that thoroughly. All right. Pyre turns to the group and asks if anyone knows prestidigitation. It is a spell that can clean you.
Oh, give me one
Demonica.
second. I think I might know it. Let me try real quick, and I cast Minor Illusion just to make it look like the shit's gone, and then I let it disappear, and it just goes back.
I turn to Monica and say, "Is that one of yours?"
She snaps her fingers. Don't worry, I can clean all of you up. Oh shoot.
All right. We take
Why the
care of that in
fuck?
the lobby, and we go to the room, DM. I just don't want to get literal feces all over their VIP room.
I have no idea why the spell save DC is 32.
Because
That's not
for
even a
some
number.
reason on NPC sheets, the fucking spell DCs just randomly will break with no rhyme or reason and no way to fix it.
I thought
Okay.
she was just a strong, independent woman.
With a 32 DC
She's a little
save
higher
against-
level than you guys realize.
She's actually at level 20 NPC.
Yeah, she's literally deific at those like DCs. You
Oh,
will
shit.
not be able to resist her.
Anything.
I
Yeah.
can guarantee that it's not supposed to be a 32.
We're good, DM. Most of what she has is just cast. It's not DC. You can figure it out
Yeah.
between sessions.
I mean, I do know. I still have the number written down on the sheet. It's not displaying the correct one, but I still know what the DC is. But yeah, she casts Prestidigitation on not all of you when you request it.
Pyre grunts. He doesn't really make eye contact, but when he sees that he's clean, he'll give the closest thing he has to recognize her by saying, "Maybe you're not so useless."
Smile with fire
Aw.
and say, "Neither are you."
It's like Stefan cuts Monica off before she can respond, and you do hear the parrot going like the parrot laugh.
VIP room.
Raphael will try and hang back for a second and talk to the proprietor as people are going into the VIP room.
Yes, and how may I help you?
Yes, how much was the food that everyone just ordered? Like, how expensive would all that be?
Let's see. For the specialty order, let's see, with the wine. Carry the one. I'd say altogether this would likely come around to 30 gold pieces.
30 gold. Oh, yes,
Right.
never mind. Good talk. How much is it for one of your girls to come in and spill a, jug of wine randomly throughout while we're in the VIP room?
I would rather not make a bad impression on our VIP guests. So unfortunately, I don't believe that would be for sale.
So, he's someone of importance that you know.
He is an important operative, if that's what you're asking.
Just checking my bases. One day, I'll have enough to, come back here, and, if I ever do, thank you. I'll walk into the VIP room.
Enjoy your stay. And he waves you off. Alright. Alright. Okay. Pyre is still leading the way. The wheelbarrow is presumably right at the end. Well, Rafayel right behind them. Okay. And all of you enter into a room, and the room it has a couple quaint, simple windows out at the on the side. It doesn't look like this place is like on the outside. The slum district looks very grimy and dirty. On the inside, it looks like they sweep, though they might not necessarily wash and sanitize everything. And in this room, it definitely looks like they do try to wash it, but it's not as clean as something you would find in the commercial district. It has a little bit of unkempt. And it's up to you whether or not it adds to the charm of it. There does seem to be a little porch access to this room as well. The curtains are all closed. The curtains are currently closed on the porch access door right now, though the window is currently open, and shining into the room is the dim moonlight from outside. And you can see the camera's glitching out. Is it?
Might have just been
Wasn't
my
for me.
connection.
My
Okay,
camera's glitching, but that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's
Anyway,
just
sorry to interrupt.
connection.
It was,
But
yeah.
and you see in the dim moonlight, this is a dark room. There are candles and torches throughout the room, but they're not lit. And in the dim moonlight, you can see the silhouette of a man wearing a full plague doctor's outfit.
Excellent. What can I see with my dark vision?
Avi, you see exactly that. You see a guy in
Excellent.
the full
Okay,
plague
good,
doctor's
good.
outfit. It does include like the big beak mask as well, so you can't see who it is. I suppose you do see the tail behind him.
Ooh, what type of
But-
tail? Are we talking about trench coat? Or tuxedo? Or is there an actual tail?
It's a covered actual tail. It could be dragonborn, it could be lizard folk, it could be any
So
of
it's
those.
it's a thick muscular
It's a bigger,
tail.
yeah. Is it a
Yeah, it's a
bigger
thick-
tail?
Yeah, it's a big, thicker
Okay.
tail.
That actually makes me trust him more. I am racist.
You must be the plague doctor.
Well, he's got the creepy mask. I'd hope so.
Yes, I am the plague doctor, and you all must be Ash's friends.
I
Or
like that
rather,
group name. We should go with that. That
acquaintances.
should be the thing. Sorry, my bad.
Ash and Friends. That's the party name.
Well, I'm glad to see you. I guess it's about time we start talking business.
Come. Please, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. There is a comfy chair. There are a couple comfy chairs in the corner of the room. He is sitting at a table, and the table does have a number of chairs in front of it, just simple wooden chairs.
Business is not something that should be rushed, and we have ordered food for a little bit of a rest. But I should warn you that Secret here has told us that there is something time sensitive we need to take care of. Possibly by tonight, possibly by tomorrow morning, but
I've already
not
told
something
him,
we can wait days on.
sort of. It's
All right.
something that will happen, whatever the consequences of will be by the end of this spring. And we are halfway through spring now. But I cannot
Still.
tell you when within that.
Sooner is better, I get that.
As they're talking, I'm just slowly getting stuff out of the bag. Like, okay, here's the brain. Here's an
The-
arm. Here's is it?
The House of Steele is a liability to this Severe, as of now. At least as far as I'm concerned.
We can keep that to ourselves. Oh, well, never mind. You said it. Cool.
He already heard it once.
Yes. The Plague Doctor pulls out a big tarp for Ash to put all the body parts and all the things for him to examine later. Yes, yes. Thank you very much for your service. This will be fantastic research. We will be able to understand exactly what type of enemy we face. Or at the very least, I can give a very good educated guess with this.
Now, am I getting money per body parts? Cause I got a whole ass body here.
I suppose you can consider... Why don't you consider this your... Why don't you consider this, and he twirls a set of goggles, your bonus for being a diligent worker. And he tosses it to you. He says, "Those are goggles of night. I don't want to see you trundling around in the darkness again."
How calm of you to give that.
He is very kind. He is very kind. And what are you doing with all this stuff that we're giving you? These bodies?
I've met his type before.
He pulls out a scalpel. What exactly do you think? Would you like a visual demonstration? And he cuts one of the tentacles open.
I act like Monica for a second. Oh, yay, giddy! He's opening someone up! See? Does that sound cool? It's creepy, right?
Yes.
Oh, it looked pretty cool.
Damn it.
He does it with... He has a scalp. He doesn't crudely do it with a dagger or an axe.
Yeah. Touché.
Regardless, I think introductions are in order. Something official. This is the first time I've heard your voice. I am Pyre.
And you may call me the Plague Doctor. Apologies for not being able to use my real name.
Acceptable.
I wish I
Where
had to
is
take
your
bets
heritage
right now.
from?
My heritage? Well, I suppose I don't descend from a godly line like you. However, I don't descend from a godly line like you. Though, while heritage may be important for you, in the House of Wright, we do not care where our operatives or our freelancers come from.
Innovation, I understand that. Still, you cannot look ahead without looking back.
However, we must move on to business. First off, I shall deal with the method of payment. And he pulls out a sheet of paper, puts it on the table, writes some stuff down. He tears up the paper, and it's in two halves. Well, it's in two halves. And he also takes out a couple keys, 4 keys, and puts it down on the table. These four keys belong to lockers at these locations, and on top of that, there has been a deposit in some of the pawn stores that you can withdraw using this password. If you've never done this before, then let me explain it to you simply. When moving around goods, there are pawnbrokers all around the town. You can deposit an item at them for a loan, or you can deposit an item for safekeeping. When you pay that loan back, you will receive what it is you deposited If you fail to pay it, then they will sell it. So you will be using these keys to open up various safe boxes. And for the items that you will be receiving, those are the specialty items that require the passwords. Just say the password, and they will just describe the item, say the password, and they will retrieve the item for you.
And then there's ours to either keep or sell.
Indeed. And your payment may not be in solid gold form, but rather in something else, like jewelry or other valuable items.
Be a item
What? You cut up
that
stuff.
would it enhance our abilities?
Yes, I did agree to that. The boots. The boots are boots of elven kind, useful for stealthing. As well, and the item is a pearl of power, capable of restoring an expended spell slot. I hope
want the
you
pearl.
will enjoy them.
I want the pearl so bad.
Alright, so Pyre will speak up. There may have been some miscommunication here. Throg said we would be paid in gold, and I understand you're giving
Bones.
us things. And? I
Zorg.
understand
Said the
you're
name
giving
wrong.
us things. Ah! Ah! Thought you're going to lecture me on something else.
No.
Zorg said we would be paid in gold. And I understand some of these things are worth more than gold, but they're complicated histories could cause some issues. My intention is to take what I receive as my cut and use it as I see fit. However, I see 4 keys and 2 sheets of paper, and there are, out of character, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. There are 8 of us here.
Eight of you here. So there's the 6 players,
wasn't
and then you're including
2
the
NPCs.
Kenku
I'm
and-
counting Monica and Shing. So I'm bringing that up.
Neither of those 2 were part of the deal. You kind of found Monica on your path through, and we're not going to be paying the beggar that you rescued either. And
Not the beggar. He's
Shing
gotten his
of
due,
the
but
Kenku.
you have to admit that both of them made it possible for us to do this. Monica's assistance guided us so that we could. Alright, your decision. I understand you. This is a businessman. Emphasis is simply their help was key.
So, Pyre, what I don't mean to interrupt, but if this is what you're saying, then our proprietor here, Mr. Plague Doctor, these all of, I mean, you said 500 gold each. Would this be separate from these keys you've just given us, and would it also pertain to everyone in our party?
I was told 6 people when I made the arrangement.
Alright,
And-
is this true, Zorg?
It was made through Ash, and Ash would definitely tell you that this is true.
So, Pyre's been talking to Zorg most this time. So does
Only
Ash speak up?
Monocle. Like, whenever we started the mission, he wanted the monocle and stuff, and I just let him keep whatever the fuck it was that we needed for communication.
Ah, so thus the miscommunication. Zorg was the middleman with the monocle. Ash, you're the one who arranged for this deal. Alright, this makes more sense. You see why communication is important to make sure that no one feels shortcut. In which case, Ash, what is your view on this? You made the deal?
Well, I also did just get those goggles of night. Therefore, if there is money anywhere, because there's items that we can sell for money depending on what it is, I can give my share up no problem. I already have my reward, essentially.
So what you're saying is it falls to us to divvy it up to the people we acquired.
I am more than willing to help the Kenku, and Monica will always be a great help. But I also know Monica's thing is for knowledge and wanting to know what, for some strange reason, thieves, assassins, and adventurers do.
All right. So Monica, and he says the name as if it's just like gross to him, like it's physically painful for him to talk to her. Monica, as payment, would you be interested in a personal interview with this plague doctor? No monetary or item exchange, an exchange of questions and answers that he feels comfortable in giving.
That actually sounds fantastic. It should be great for my thesis statement on the criminals of mankind.
Turns to the plague doctor. There you go. No monetary loss, and only information that you are comfortable with giving. I expect you to not outright lie to her, to tell her when you are not going to answer things directly or completely. Is this agreeable?
Very well. I accept.
And as for the Kenku, we have already made a deal with him as our party. Please accept our payment and more. I intend to finance him and bring him into my house and see to the education of his children should he prove worthy.
Indeed.
Others who wish to give to this cause may do so. It is not solely mine. I understand expressing gratitude. But anything given will be in excess of what has been agreed upon, not an obligation.
I appreciate what you're doing, Pyre, because I was kind of thinking the same thing. I mean, like, this Gengu's, like, really paid off. And Ash, way to show up at the right time. And Zord, way to raise that. And Secret, way to come way after everything else happened. But we, if I do say so myself, done a pretty good job here, and this Kenku really helped. Well, can we add an addendum to that, Kyle, if you don't mind? That we find
You're
some
slipping
of
into
those,
the void. You're slipping into your void, Raphael.
I don't know what's wrong with my mic. Okay, can you hear me in again?
Yes.
Yeah.
If we can add an addendum to that, those children and people from the slums that I guess erroneously gave too much money, if they could be made sure they're not dead, if you could make sure they're not dead, that would be a great as well. And Pyre, if there's any way that I could use my money to help them go to your house, I wouldn't mind at all. Because I just realized I put a death warrant on them.
They have done nothing to prove their worth, or the consequences of your actions are important for you to learn from. If you wish to help them, I suggest you return, break their gold into copper or silver, invest it into a bank, and open up accounts for them to make limited withdrawals as necessary.
And the
Give
plague
a
doctor.
beggar too much coin, they will be murdered.
I just, I have a different idea, and I just thought of it. Never mind. Forget what I just said. Thank you for your advice. I do appreciate it. But I will also donate to the Kenku's cause. Not my whole share, but just a little fraction.
Before you change your mind, the plague doctor does want to ask, did you even get their names?
I have a peculiar way of knowing who I gave the gold to. It's a little trade secret that,
So no, you don't. You could recognize them, but you can't give names or identification.
Yep, yep.
How good?
Yeah,
Draw
pretty much
Raphael.
that's what's gonna go on.
Oh, actually, he does have his way. I think you've already shown it in the lobby, so you don't mind me telling him. Why don't you summon an image of each child?
Great idea. And I picture in my mind, boom, 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 one after the other, just little flashes of each of the children that I gave gold to. That I want them to add to the network because I imagine their parents are freaking out and don't know what to do with what they've gotten. And if they get a steady income, we could get a network in the lower areas while you deal with the rich. These people could deal with the poor. We combine our resources. I'm just holding my two thumbs together, like smiling, like I just thought of this. I hope it's not a dumb idea. And I'm looking over at Pyre and the Kinku and our proprietor.
So you're using minor illusion to just make images of the kids? Is that what I'm
So
understanding?
that, yes, each one, he can get a good look at each one.
Very well. We already have some beggars as well as some urchins on the payroll, so a few more won't break the budget.
I've talked with Monica. We have decided that if our share is 500, we will pledge 100 to the Kinku for his family. I think he did a wonderful job for us.
He nods.
So how much do we got together?
In fact, how much did you all cumulatively give to the Kenku? So it's 500 from Pyre, 100 from Stefan, 100 from... How much from Rafayel again? Was it 100 too?
It depends how much we get of gold from this, because I don't really have much gold right now, to be honest. So it depends how much gold we're getting from this venture.
So I'm doing. I don't. I don't have 100 gold yet.
I think it was 500 each, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
500 worth.
500 worth each. Yep, you don't have it in liquid gold right now, but we'll deal with that after.
Yeah, so it might be higher or lower values. Probably a better thing to say is what percentage do you want to give? So most people are saying 1/5, being 100 out of 500. Pyre did 100%. Again, it doesn't matter. Don't feel pressured.
Raphael was, well, Pyre, you still, I'm not kidding. I had the same exact idea between sessions, and so I'm really excited that you did it. I was thinking not 100% though for Raphael, because I need a little backup for something that I've been
It's hurting
working on.
Pyre. It is hurting Pyre, but that's how good this King Coat was.
So probably
Much rather
50%
invest in
then.
50%.
Okay.
50% for Raphael. Yeah.
Alright.
No, thank you
Look
for
at
saying
Raphael. Are
percentages,
you
that
still
helps.
interested in that land?
Sorry, what were you saying?
Are you still interested in buying some land?
Land? No, that's not my thing.
When I mentioned that I was selling estates from my father, Aaron, you said you might be interested.
Oh, sorry. I say many of things. I can't really keep
I
track
know
at
you
this
say
point.
many things. That's why I asked. Are you?
Oh, I'm always interested in everything, but I'm broke as hell right now, Stefan. I love you looking out for a bro, but...
Not a problem.
So
My father
alright.
is wealthy.
maybe Stefan.
We
a
don't
better
need
que-
your money. I was just wondering if you were in.
Oh, snap. I'm always interested, man. Especially if we can help increase the network. I'm thinking of creating my own business one day. Not sure exactly what that looks like yet.
I do want
but-
to caution. We are an area that the ruling people there who are higher than my father are very, very lawful-minded.
And
The type of business you probably opened probably very long.
interesting. Stefan, you are just saying all the right things. I came from a very lawful place. Even though I felt out of place, I'm here now, and I can't wait to see what the future holds. This is amazing. Wow. Sorry, Plague Doctor. I know me and this guy are having a moment right now, but we don't really know each other very well yet, and this is just how do I say it? Watermelon juice? I don't know if you've ever had
It's
it.
just a question I asked. If you're interested, since we're coming in with some money, you might
Oh.
want to make a down payment. If not, it's not a problem.
A down payment, maybe not, but a future investment, maybe. Stefan, you and I are going to talk more in the future. I guarantee it.
That's
You and
fine.
Monica, you scare me, and I love it, and I hate it, and I love it.
When this convention or fiesta or whatever it is comes, I will be selling plots.
You are a Stark. How old are you again, Stefan? Sorry. We're getting carried away here. Plague Doctor, everybody. Yes, our reward for keys, gold, continue.
Kenku. Sheng. I know your situation a little bit. Do you have any debtors? Does he have any debtors? He'll turn to the Plague Doctor. See how good his information is.
Does he have any debtors? Well, yes, he does have a few outstanding debts, conned by a few loan sharks. With enough pressure, we can get them to drop some of those debts. You can consider that payment as well as guarantee that his children will make it to Ashenvale.
To Ashenvale?
Ashenvale, the mage city-state, just above Zakir.
That's where he wanted to send his kids, Pyre.
Pyre looks upset. He nods and he says, I understand. I am not the best with geography. I am a maker of items, not of maps. Okay, I thought Ashenvale was a university, not a country.
It is a country that is famous for its universities in magic and study.
Then maybe I'd have a reason to go there as well someday. Alright. Safe transportation and agreeable debts. Reasonable debts. I say we should put some of our funds into solving those debts so that amenities are not made, but leave enough pressure of the stick through you that are brought down to fair amounts, not loan shark amounts. They're all being paid something. Making a profit is better than being paid nothing and breaking your legs.
You have too much pity for some of the scum. If only you
don't.
knew. If only you knew exactly the depths of their depravity.
Can I insight check when he says that? Holy crap.
Sure, roll insight.
You know what happened to those kids? They're gone now.
Yeah, that's not like guys.
Well, make
He
it
does
with
like, I don't trust this play doctor with my kids no more.
Make it with disadvantage too. You can't even see the guy's face. It's only through his voice.
Okay, sounds good. Insight, disadvantage. Come on, dice gods.
Yeah.
Natural one.
You really can't get a good read. Normally you're looking at faces, looking at body language, but this guy seems comfortable in his chair and he delivers his line with very dryly. You can't really get much of a read on him because he's been delivering a lot of things dryly.
Plague Doctor. You have 4 keys, 2 parchments. Are they designated for individuals?
Okay. Let me reconnect because you've been cutting in and out for me, Stefan.
I'm having a little mic problem. Are the keys and the documents you have for us indicated for individuals, or do we just randomly pick it? Find out that I get +5 thieves' tools.
If you wish to know what is in each location, then I can inform you of each. And he points to 2 keys, moves them out, and says, these 2 contain jewelry. This one contains a set of extremely fine clothes. Not just 1 set, but 2 sets, the type that most nobles would be dying to buy. And the final and this fourth key over here. This contains a small amount of refined mana, a mana crystal. The parchments, this one contains the boots, and this one contains the pearl.
You mentioned. Actually, I'll look at the others. I'm gonna look at the others and say, I want the pearl. I'm willing to give up a portion of my funds for it.
I have no problem.
You really don't have funds.
Well then, I'll take even less.
Yeah. Also, like, those locations will have, on top of that, like, all of you are guaranteed 500, so those two locations will have a jewel or two, or something of that sort, along with the magic item.
Okay, Pyre will take a jewel key.
Okay.
Does anybody have any objection to me taking the pearl power key? Speak up now.
Raphael definitely will speak up first and be like, I love what you're thinking. I want it too, but I also want to know what's in the surprise boxes more. Can I get a key instead of the pearl? I'll let you have a pearl if I can get a key.
Be my guest.
I'll take one of the keys.
Actually, among the casters, I would suggest that we dice for it. Since the pearl is an excellent magic item, benefiting any caster.
As much as I want the pearl, you also appeal to my sense of irony as being a priest of Serkava.
I think
I'll
it's
play your
a
game.
way to be fair to everybody. Let the gods decide on the roll of the dice.
I'll play
Fun.
your game.
I love it. I'd love to play this game with you.
Then I suggest we have a neutral party. Zorg, you're probably best at rolling dice.
That is a very odd thing to tell somebody.
I would suggest
honest.
we each
Not
roll our
everyone.
dice, and that a D20 or a D100 high roll takes it.
Let's do a 1d20. Reroll if it's a tie on the two people who tie. Pyre will abstain. He's happy with jewelry.
Oh, this thing is fucking huge. Sorry, I'm at the mic. I'm at the fridge.
So Pyre does raise an eyebrow and he says, Zorg would be the best to roll the dice because I believe he is the least inclined to cheat or to manipulate the outcome.
He wouldn't
Secret,
get
I
anything
think,
from
is
it.
very proficient with alternating fate.
He just
As is our
smiles.
Plague Doctor. Stefan, you were near the con artist. You know Raphael is a cheater. Or a liar, at least. And
when,
I
when did
am
that
in the
happen?
method of
I don't.
business.
I think a roll of the dice fair.
But if you wish
I think
to
it's fair too, and I've never cheated a day in my life. I play games fair. All right, games are games. They have
Yes.
a rule.
Gonna stare at Raphael deadpan. I've known you for all of a day, and I know that's not true.
Roll insight. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Plague Doctor.
If he cheats, I can tell, and I'll just cut his throat.
You're all going to cheat. You're all going to cheat, Pyre says.
No, I can, but I won't.
You will all cheat. And you
I
only
will agree to a
ought.
third party.
It's a matter of skill at this point. You've agreed to it. But to get the dice from a safe source, like Doctor, what do you have available?
Plague Doctor. Okay. So, three of you are all fighting over this pearl of
Not
power.
fighting. Not
Discussing
fighting.
it. And we've agreed
Competing.
the gambling instinct in it.
This is a city of fortune, after all. We should have a little fun.
I don't mind if I don't, I think it'd be fun to dice for it since there's several.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna GM roll this, by the way. All right. I'm going to GM roll this, and then I will show the results after I've made all the rolls.
Okay.
Let's see.
Everyone agree to this?
Fine.
Yes.
I care not. I just
Yeah, so go ahead.
everybody who could use it have a chance to use it.
Yes, we should give it to Zorg.
Yes. Zorg casts javelin.
Zorg's like, Pearl
I'm pretty
of
sure
Power is my
Zord
class
would look at the
feature."
fucking Pearl of Power and be like, the fuck do I do with this?
He would try
I
to
was
offense,
playing
Zorg.
a barbarian in a game, and the spellcasters who were all throwing and say, "I cast." They looked at me, what? Javelin.
I had a
favorite-
dude who used to go around shouting, I cast fist, and then he'd punch people.
My favorite thing to do is to shout teleport whenever I cast invisibility.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's
Good
always a
line.
good one.
Okay. We have the rolls. We have all the rolls. So the first one is Stefan. This was your result, and I'll drag the die onto the map.
Ooh.
The next one was Rafayel. That was your result.
Oh,
And the last one was Secret.
How sad.
that was such a high roll.
Yeah, all good rolls.
Very good. Yeah, all three.
Well, nobody slouched on it.
So Stefan was the one that won the roll-off. So you can get the parchment of paper that has it.
Is that total what I get, or do I get a goal to at least give 100 for?
Yeah, it also includes 500 gold. All of you are guaranteed 500 gold no matter what box you take, essentially.
Okay.
Well, then I'm glad you got the jewel, Stefan. Is everyone still cool with me taking a key? Then, I think the boots, Ash, I think you would love the boots of Elvenkind unless you don't want them. They are pretty stylish. But I could take the key to the mana crystal. I don't know what that is, but I'm down.
Since Stefan won the pearl, I will simply just take a key with the gold value.
Jewels or fine clothes.
I'll take the clothes. I think I know some people who will buy them.
So we have a fine mana crystal, we have jewels, and we have boots. Ash, are you accepting the boots?
What
Ash
do they
is
do?
eating.
They give you advantage on stealth rolls based on
Sound.
your sound because they make it where you can walk without sound.
Basically, anything of elven kind you kind of want as a rogue. I'm just gonna be real with you. You're welcome.
I'll take them.
You make absolutely no sound regardless of what surface you're moving across. So even if there are a bunch of twigs for you to snap, it's not going to make any sound.
Alright.
Alright, I think that's almost everyone. Zorg and Raphael. Frankly, I'm going to put my foot down here. Zorg, you get the jewels. Raphael, you get the fine mana crystal.
Loving it.
Not be a bad item.
We'll find out.
Man, this will do.
We'll find out.
I mean,
I have
it
no clue, to
depends-
be honest.
It depends if you want to sell that or if you want to try to find other applications for it.
Oh, it depends on what it is when we find it. I'm totally
Yeah.
down to discover whether to sell it or if I want to try and use it for something, DM, because you know me, I like to stretch things a little bit.
Why do you think I wanted you to have it? Alright, so we
Thank you,
got it
Fire.
figured out. Pyre discussed about settling Shing's debts. Numbers, general ideas, what will go on, And the one thing he emphasizes is he wants to know what's going on to a point, nothing that would incriminate him. But he understands that it is the plague doctor's business, and he's not going to tell him how to run his business.
Expect most of Xing's debts to be cancelled. Do not have pity for the people that I will be canceling for. But
I don't.
He will be liable for about 5 gold piece every single week from a legitimate source.
For how long?
It should not last too long. 3 months is the general time frame, I'd say.
So that's just shy of 200 gold pieces.
Correct.
What season is it, DM?
Spring, middle of spring.
Alright, so is it viable to travel or is it still wet?
Yeah, it is viable to travel. In Veer, most travel would probably be naval travel.
Alright. Pyre will talk to the others. Those who want to support Xing now, he'll arrange to pay the debt. No 3 months nonsense. It's 180 gold. You guys can figure it out. I don't know if it even matters at this point. The rest, Pyre will insist, unless you go around him, we do not give the money to Xing, we give it to a bank, to a business that will pay him. We are providing him with employment, not with charity. This is not pity, it's an investment. Give him gold, he will likely die. Give him a way to earn gold, and he will develop skills that allow him to continue to earn that gold even when our money runs out.
Sounds reasonable.
I agree with you, and I wish I would have thought about that earlier.
Everyone makes mistakes. The trick is learning from them. Improvement,
And that,
innovation.
I promise you, I do.
Pledge the additional 30 gold to make my share of it. The other same will pay off his debt.
Alright,
Okay.
so we'll figure that out, DM. We got a plan. We know the amount. Pyre will talk a little bit with Xing, figure out transportation, figure out how to make sure he gets there safely and comfortably, figure out what things he wants to settle, whether he wants to move now or he needs to say goodbye to people, and figure out how to give him, at the very least, a letter of recommendation with his name on it, with Pyre's name on it, and enough influence in this city and in the next city to ensure that we're not just relying on the plague doctor's word, but rather I have people working on it to make sure he gets there.
Okay. Veer mainly worships Serkava, and there is a bit of freedom of religion here. I suppose, let's see.
There is a house dedicated to Pyre's father. That's who we'd be working through. I think it's called the House of Fire.
House of Cinders.
There we go.
Just bear in mind that you would be aware that they aren't specifically subservient, and if they wanted to cast you off and start worshipping Arcus or a different god, they could. These guys are very cost-benefit oriented.
Yeah, which is why I'm backing it up with money and such. It's like I'm paying you to hire this guy.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's working with the Plague Doctor, working with the House of Cinders. Yeah, you can definitely set all of that up with your name. It's not gonna hold, even though you're a demigod, it's not going to hold as much power as it would in Zakir, but it still would have some weight to it.
Yeah. And again, that's more than what Baker had before. I'm opening doors for him, but whether he keeps those opened is up to him. He has to keep his commitments, he has to keep his contracts. I'll work with him on that in the following days. We can skip past that. I hope. I hope.
Yeah. We'll probably.
This campaign has become about a bird and his 3 hatchlings and his wife.
I mean, it's gonna be about armies, military combats, and building connections of other allies to call upon when shit gets real in some of the wars. That's why there's so many NPCs.
We start destroying cities, killing gods, eradicating demons. They're like, why? Why? And we're like, Shane, we gotta watch out for him.
But yes, you've currently got your foot in the door in some of the noble houses, and I am interested to see how this turns out, especially when things start getting political.
Yep. But
Speaking of-
I'm a shaker and mover. Go ahead.
Speaking of political, real quick, DM, I forgot to ask in between sessions. Zenova, which house in Veer would they be connected with?
It would be a minor house. Carla Silverwing, Ash would be familiar with her. She
Okay.
She's more of like upper middle class. She's a rising house. She's mainly dabbles with selling adventuring goods and supplies and such like that. Ash has gotten discounts from her because he has done her a great service of rescuing her son. He hasn't told you that, so you don't know that in character.
We have many employers at the moment, but while we have your attention, Plague Doctor, what opportunities would you have for people of our skill set? Side objectives.
Well, there is one, the one that we have been talking about. The threat of rebellion, the threat of Solemn and his cults, the threat of demons encroaching upon Veer. We value the security of Veer. The House of Wright does. At least, that's what they tell me. I am not directly linked with their house, so all I have to go off of is the mission statement. What do you want to say? Someone was trying to say something? No? Okay. That is the mission statement. The current opportunity would be of utmost urgency. And seeing how we have 2 demigods in our presence, I believe I don't have any other better candidates than you 6 in this room right now. Not including the Genasi or the Kinku.
I would like to point out before you get too excited, ultimately I do not care about the politics of Veer. I only care about the problems that are happening with the potential matters of gods.
And the rest of our party seems to be concerned with monetary and moral gain.
Well,
Indeed.
I mean, I would like to correct that there could be possibly 3 demigods here. You never know where this guy came from. I mean, Zenova, me, you never know.
Do you have a mark?
I don't know. I start looking around my body. I don't see anything. Guess maybe not. Continue.
Then you're not a demigod.
If you say so.
Or if you are
That
on
was
the
a-
mark list, you are outcast. You are not claimed, and you are worse than immortal.
Would
Pyre,
you be
do
studying
not
my
be so-
character at all at this moment?
He expects you to be a liar. I wouldn't say he's studying your body.
Okay.
Study is a strong word. Yes, he is looking at you, but no, he's not like peering into your soul.
Okay.
I was inciting Plague Doctor more than anything about his statement so far.
Yeah, neither of you can get a good read on him because he just delivers everything so dryly and matter of fact, and you can't see his face. Yeah, none of you can get a read on this guy, which I'm kind of loving. You can't
Isn't that
get a read
wonderful?
on the secret agent. Yes.
Yeah, that kills all future successes.
Well, shit, I gotta do it too then.
Not 20
Wow.
You got a
Right in
2. You
line.
got a 2. None of you can
I'm
get a
right
read
in
on this
line.
guy.
I'm biding my time until he messes up, and he has not messed up yet.
I just trust him.
That was good. I had to add my silch to it because I knew I didn't have a shit. Hell,
I mean, he's a doctor. That automatically makes him trustworthy, right?
So,
All right, so God's
he's a doctor, and you
rebellion-
think that makes him trustworthy?
No. Anyway, sorry, Bones, you were saying?
God's rebellion's corruption. You were saying. I think you already know where we're going in the immediate future, but what do you have to offer? What do you have as a request?
And what do you have to stop me from confronting the house myself?
A head-on confrontation would not be wise at this stage. We do have men in the House of Steele. We can gather some intelligence if you're willing to inform us of what exactly the situation is. Though, from what I can gather, this is sensitive information, not exactly available to the common person. Am I correct?
Not even available to most of you nobles, or your houses. This is a matter of the gods and
Agreed.
something more grandiose in scope, more than just Veer.
Don't get full of yourself and
Very
promises.
well.
Suffice it to say, we are working for gods, people who are above fear.
Very well.
I create a minor illusion of the shard as they're saying that in front of them, like, does this look familiar?
No, it does not. I have already seen it.
And that's all you will see. Looking at Raphael like I'm gonna fucking rip his throat out if he keeps talking and giving away more than that.
But as I'm looking at Secret as he says that and was looking at me, and I see that look, and I hold the minor illusion, and I want to almost like kind of wink over at Secret as I then take the illusion. And I have electricity sparking out of it all over, and then it dissipates.
As they're doing that, I'm just looking in my bag and I'm just seeing the tension in the room between just their two looks like,
Here's what I'm willing to tell you, Plague Doctor. The only reason I'm willing to tell you this is so far you have been useful to my cause. Please keep that in mind. The House of Steele, somewhere in that house, has a similar item to the item you saw today. You've already seen it, there's no point in keeping that from you. That item can cause a ton of chaos if it falls into the wrong hands. And it seems like the House of Steele is already the wrong hands. I want it. Do you see where I'm going with this?
What does the item look like?
If it looks like the other one... Yes, it was the illusion he was holding. Something similar to that. It'll probably look like a gem or something along those lines.
I will remind you that the suspicious item in particular looked like a prismatic gem. It didn't look exactly like the one you have right now. The one you have right now does look different.
Okay, then I'll rephrase and say, it'll look more prismatic. It will be a gem, but it'll be prismatic in nature, probably associated with lightning, electricity.
It was
Quick
shown
DM.
earlier by their
Question.
house.
Yes, we
Would,
have Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Because Zorg was wearing the monocle, would this person already have seen all of this when we were down there in the sewers?
Yeah,
or is
that's
this
why-
coming from-
That's the only reason I'm telling him is because he pretty much confirmed he saw us with the stuff.
Yeah, that's why I showed the minor illusion in the first place.
Yeah, but he was trying to
that's
tell you
like
not to tell him what it is, essentially.
Okay.
That's the part Seeger is getting at. Sorry.
I understand now. Never mind. Continue.
It is It is church business, decreed from my father directly.
And
Therefore, the
Raphael
church.
definitely is just going to cross that line with his just who he is. So yeah, no, it makes sense now. Sorry to interrupt. Continue.
The church wants it out of hands of those it is going to cause problems with, and it will cause a lot of problems. You said you have inside men. Can they get it?
Can they get it? That may be tricky.
I get the
I don't
feeling
believe-
that item will be at the center of controversy with your little potential rebellion that might be associated with Solemn. So it
It
is
would-
within your benefit if we have it.
It would be a
Yes.
political outcry. It'd be dangerous for the agents involved. Rather than asking if he can get it, ask if he can know when it is moved, if he can find its location, if he can find its nature, those type of things. That is more within his agent's capabilities. If they get it,
Indeed it is.
of course that'd be agreeable, but not expected, not demanded.
Fine. He brings up a good point. I will amend my statement.
When it is
My point being, the longer the House of Steele has that, the worse it is for, in your immediate vicinity, the worse it is for Veer, as well as the House of Wright and all of the other houses.
I want to roll insight, DM.
Okay, roll it.
There's someone here I don't trust. How's that beggar doing?
How's the beggar doing? Okay, roll your insight.
Dude's dead. He died while we were talking.
None of you are seeing shit.
Alright, so
The guy.
Oh.
The guy's kind of over in the corner. None of you call dibs on the comfy chair, so he's kind of in one of the comfy chairs right now. He's managing a headache right now, and you can see him just kind of chewing on one of the magic mushrooms. You're not entirely
Okay.
sure if he's high, but he's probably not taking everything from this conversation in.
we're doing pretty conversations. He's in pain and he's on drugs. Got it. Alright, so Pyre kind of coughs and looks in his direction and says, well, we did promise him a mill and at least passage into the city. Maybe our rescuee should be kept in a different room while we talk about matters.
I could just simply tell him to leave. Watch this.
He needs food. You promised food, you will give him food.
I will.
Speaking of food, where is our food coming? Is it here yet? Like, we ordered a long time ago. We've been talking for a while, right? Like,
It's not coming here, it's going to be in a different room, in a different private room.
How
That's what-
long do you think it takes to cook a boar leg?
I thought we already had. Never mind. Continue.
Suspect that the proprietor is waiting until our meeting breaks up to prepare the food. No sense in letting it get cold.
Oh,
Exactly.
so we're staying here tonight, or are we? What was
I
the
will be
plan?
going back to the church once we're done.
Okay.
Yeah, I would not stay in a brothel. Sorry, a golden cat for a long time. I think our conversation is winding to an end. Is there any final points you'd make or requests? You beat around the bush, but you didn't get to the point.
Problem is, it's like there's one major problem with all this because I suppose the main problem is that I don't know what your objectives are, and I don't exactly know what it is to stop that mission besides those unusual gems. As such, I suppose I can arrange for you to visit those mines without knowledge of the House of Steele. After all, they are hiring mercenary help. You just don't reveal that you have a Bishop of Serkava in your employ, and everything should be fine. And you likely should keep your noble lineage under wraps. You don't want any unwanted rumors.
Of
How
course.
widely known is my name in this city?
How widely known? You've been in Zakir pretty much all your
He's
life,
asking
right?
the plague doctor. He's
Okay.
been in
Oh,
Zakir
okay.
for his whole life.
There has been some mentions in some news articles. There has likely been your face. Only people involved in the information trade would likely be savvy to who you actually are. They might not immediately recognize you.
And
Enough to
myself.
get past the guards, but not Go ahead.
And Secret. Secret.
I don't exactly
Okay,
hide
so-
who I am, typically. But I also
Do
don't go
you-
flaunting it.
Do you make it known that you're a demigod?
If asked. But he doesn't just like say, "Hi, I'm Secret, I'm a demigod," unless he needs to pull rank for something. Then he will.
Nice. For Secret, you'd likely be a lot more recognizable. Maybe not to some commoners, but the nobility would likely know who you are.
Then my presence there would need to be disguised a different way.
Indeed.
I
And-
refuse to be disguised, but I believe that there's enough security among commoners that we'll make it pass without too many questions. It's not like they're going to do a full body search.
I think you overestimate your secrecy.
I simply do not care. Do what you will. Mine is not a place to hide. I will not announce it, though.
If you can also do that, and at the very least you can announce and take to your employer and make them understand that maybe you don't understand the fullness of our mission, and neither do they, but the urgency and just how dangerous it is for you people to not have this under control should be at least made known, that it is urgent, and that working with us will be to their benefit.
He does like pull out a sheet of paper and he says, "They might not take my word on its own. Would you mind outlining exactly what it is that you've told me and signing it so that I have a piece of paper to verify that it is in fact a bishop of the Church of Serkava on an important mission?"
Sure. And he'll start writing that down. Pretty much revealing what he's revealed to the plague doctor and really not much more. But stressing that it is urgent and that consequences could be global and disastrous.
We are in the VIP room in the Golden Cat. I believe if we exit, we will be watched by certain parties. The trick will be not if, but when we acquire what we've been promised. Assuming the keys and the parchment are good, I have no reason to doubt that. We need to be aware of where we go so we are not having it taken from us once we leave the stores. So the question isn't when, even, but rather what do we need to accomplish our most immediate mission? Jewels and fine clothes do not seem terribly important. Boots and the pearl, on the other hand.
Other
do
than
seem
that,
to-
there-
They do seem important, and I love where we're going with this, but at the same time, I think we all get our shit, go to bed at the same place, and then, because DM, it would be like kind of pretty far into nighttime at this point, wouldn't it?
Yes, you were in the sewers at the start as it began getting dark.
Sunfall, yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. I suggest we find a place we can all stay, and
I
then
can
we
arrange
reconvene
for us
after
to
we
stay
get our
at the
shit.
church, I'm sure.
Okay, we all meet up back at Secret's church, because it's the secret church, and that's not at all obvious. We get there after we all got our shit, and we go to bed, and we figure out exactly what we want to do with the mines, the quarry. Everything seems to be leading there, and we also might want to implore and back up, looking at the plague doctor. You see Raphael's face. His eyes start turning more black than gold. You will back us up if we need it, right?
Am I supposed to be scared?
Not scared. I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, can we count on you at all? Or is this merely business for you?
Fair point. We know about the employers, but what are your motivations? What's your fingers in the pot?
How do you feel, Ash? What do you believe my motives are?
The best for the city, because we all live here, of course. But I think we all agree that we all want to live and enjoy our freedom of choosing, of free will.
Well said. I have no intentions of betraying Ash, and by extension, the rest of you. I will only impart the necessary information. I will not impart the nature of the gem that you have shown me. But I will state that there is a gem of some description that you have placed on the document, that they should keep an eye out for.
Them knowing it exists is not necessarily detrimental. Them trying to play with it when it is beyond their power, however, is. And that also goes as a warning to your masters.
You should be more cautious around the noble houses. The wars of ascendancy have already erupted down south.
I'm gonna look at
I
him.
think,
Whoa, whoa,
for
whoa,
now
whoa.
our objectives are similar. Eradicating
message
demons,
really quick, Jorah.
corruption, helping the whole. However, if we are to cross paths on opposite sides, I would ask that there be some form of parley unless there's something egregiously wrong. A warning, a friendly agreement, a reason not to break ties without a communication.
Where the fuck are my notes?
He probably wouldn't call it the War of Ascendancy now that I think about it. But he would say
Yeah, I was
that-
gonna say you
but he would
specifically.
say-
Okay.
But he would say that it's no secret that people are getting godly powers, and that is happening in the South. He wouldn't specifically say the Wars of Ascendancy.
I was about to say,
But this
this
is
dude's
happening.
about to get struck down for being blasphemous. Okay. Good. Okay. You scared me there for a second, Jorah. I'm gonna look at
Wars.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Wars of
That was
Ascendancy,
just-
they vaguely have begun. You can hear rumors of it all the way up here. That stuff is going down in the South, and I did say that
Yes.
when I first spoke
You-
about the Wars of Ascendancy.
I'm gonna just look at him, and I will not gonna ignore his statement, but I will not say anything to it and let him decide what that answer means. But he will clearly acknowledge the statement, but just not say anything to it. That part. Sorry, continue.
All right.
Bones.
So we are splitting up with our various reports, and we will meet up at the location we agreed upon. I understand this. I cannot control you, but I will advise you one final time. You will be watched. and if you are vulnerable, you will be robbed before you reach your final destination. Assuming anything less is foolhardy.
They are two locations, so you can just split up 3 to
50-50.
1, 3 to
That's so much
1.
better.
Yeah.
So much better, TM. Alright, we split the party and we reconvene. Woo!
Yeah, let's go get our stuff.
We eat, we split, we get our stuff, boom.
I think I got so it's 500 gold and then the clothes, or is it the clothes will sell for 500
The
gold?
clothes
just to
will,
verify?
those items will sell for 500.
Okay. So I'll put 500 on there, but I will notice that I don't have it until you say the clothes are sold. Just to make my life easy.
I hate to do this, DM. The jewels. What type of jewels are they? Specifically diamonds.
So this, it's not diamond specifically. This is
I'm good then. They're jewels. They're not diamonds. Diamonds are the most valuable thing in D&D.
They are?
Yeah. Yes. They're the one thing that keeps you from bringing people back to life. Yes, they are the most valuable.
They keep you from bringing people back to life? Or they
No, as in they help you. All the revive spells in D&D require some insanely valuable form of diamond typically, with the lowest one for being revivify, which is revive somebody who died a minute ago, being 100 GP worth of diamond.
300
300 GP of a diamond. To make things clear, typically in most D&D settings, I believe a commoner will make about a silver a month. So you're
Tells you
looking
their
at,
chances of getting revived.
yes, basically, and that's the cheapest for a minute. If you want to get the spells that allow you more time to revive somebody, you're looking at insanely expensive diamonds, and not just like multiple diamonds worth 300 GP. You are looking for a singular diamond
It could be
worth
multiple.
300
It's
GP.
not specified.
Its worth just needs to be total that amount.
But it's a lot of diamonds. Let me put it that way. Even if you do it
Yeah,
that way,
yeah.
it's a lot,
Mhm.
and it can be hard to find.
Yeah, so anyways, diamonds, never sell them, always hoard them.
Yeah, pretty much.
So we split up. Does anything happen at the pawn shops? Do we want to go over that?
I mean, secret, you bump into Cass. And
Oh,
you probably
boy.
you've never heard him speak before, but I might as well introduce you to Cass. I'm going to say that, okay. You're probably traveling with Ash, I'll say, over to this location. You recognize the guy, Ash. He's the elf. What is your reaction to seeing Cass again? He's the guy who tried to help you with your symptom.
Hey, boy.
Dude, like, what's up?
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Some sewers again, but...
You know him?
Oh, yeah, dude.
There?
Yeah, we're buddies, dude. And he wraps his arm around Ash.
He's an elf, right?
Yeah, I'm not smelling like
Yeah, he's
sewers
an elf.
anymore.
Okay. I'm gonna look over at Ash really quick, and then I'm gonna look over at Cass in an Elvish. I'm just gonna ask him, "What are you doing here?"
Ah, come on, dude. I'm out having a little bit of fun. I did all my jobs, and now I'm just chillaxing out here at night.
Well, you do you. I won't stop you.
What are you
Just as
out
long
here
as you're
so
doing your
late?
work. Working. Doing my father's work,
Whoa,
as per
dude.
usual.
You working too, Ash?
Yeah. Just met
He's
him.
working. He's working with. I'll switch over to common and I'll say he's working with me.
Whoa. That's pretty cool, dude. And he Let's see.
Find me later, Cass. We
Yeah,
need to talk.
He was about to say, like, so when do you wanna chill, dude?
Maybe later tonight. I do need to talk to you. He's ranked pretty high, right? I can't remember what you said,
No,
Cass.
he's actually lower than you. He is much lower. He's
Okay.
just a lowly, common, not even
I'll
priest,
say-
but below that. He's
Okay,
more like
I'll
a
just look at him
deacon,
and say,
I suppose. Yeah.
there is news I will be discussing with leadership tonight. I'm sure, as much as I don't want you to know, I also know you well enough to know you will somehow find out. Somebody always tells you something.
Yeah, dude. You can't beat my luck.
Ugh, unfortunately, no. But he will smile and say, that is something I like about you. Even if you're slightly annoying.
Aw. I appreciate you too, dude.
So, we'll let you go. We have some stuff to do, but just make sure you come back safe and sound. The usual. You know your way around here.
Yeah,
See,
don't worry,
brother,
dude.
I'll let you know how you know him.
We're part of the same church.
Yeah, dude. Like, he's technically one of my many superiors.
Technically, I'm one of his bosses. Unlike most of the other ones, though, I don't try to whip him too much. I'm nice like that.
Oh. Does that mean he's above me too? I'm asking Kaz.
Of you two? Dude, have you been drinking? I can smell alcohol in your breath.
You know I'm always gonna drink once I get a chance to be somewhere with a bar.
Oh yeah, dude, you know it. He could be your boss too, you know, dude. Here, on me, and he hands you a little joint.
I take it from Ash's hands before he can take it, and then I take a puff myself. And then give it back to Ash.
So I elf, I see.
He's in high elf for a reason.
Hey! But yeah, I shouldn't keep you guys, dudes. Important business. The usual, dude. You know where to find me.
I'll see you tomorrow. I will have a minor list of chores for you. But I promise it won't be as bad as that's what some of the other seers treat you.
Don't worry, dude. You can try to work me to death, but fate always finds its way.
Yeah. Hey, actually, can I confirm something with you, Jorah? I just want to
Sure.
confirm a quick little thing. I don't know if it's public or not, so I'm just going to message you. Okay, so do I not know the part that you had mentioned before about Mom?
That's a rumor. So you
That's
could
a
believe
rumor.
whatever. Yeah, you can believe whatever you want, but it is a rumor.
But okay. So both parents are rumors then? Technically?
Technically, but the father part is a lot more
More
likely.
reliable?
Yeah, more
Okay.
reliable. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask, and I'll just pat Kaz and say, enjoy. You've earned it, probably. Have a drink for me.
Yeah. Do you want me to keep a drink for you too? You said you
Not
wanted
tonight.
me- No.
Not
Alright,
tonight.
dude.
Not tonight, but have one for me. Something sweet, you know.
Something sweet. All right, dude. Take care. And Cass wobbles off.
I'll look over at Ash. How do you know him?
Literally, bump. Well, you can explain it.
Yeah.
If you don't remember, I can remind you.
Ash, you're
Come on,
muted.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ash,
yeah, you are muted. Yeah.
Damn it, my bad. Was I drunk at a bar just stumbling around when I met him?
I believe so. Yes. You were stumbling around outside and you met him in an alley. Yes.
Okay, I don't have that written down and I don't remember.
That it's all just a blur. It's all just a blur because you were drunk at the time. But you do remember the other thing he said. You do remember the contents of your conversation with Cass. You just don't remember the circumstances of meeting him.
Wait. Hold on, I guess, let me message you real quick about it. So I don't private.
Sure, getting a lot of those today.
Yeah? It was like, there has been multiple times where I've had to split my attention and not listen to your conversation, the current conversation, to speak with people. It is interesting managing 6 people.
I mean, that's why I don't do it.
Yeah, it's like there can be 3 conversations going at the same time. Me typing to someone else and you guys talking.
So does Ash have an answer then? Oh, he's still typing. Never mind.
So what did everyone get for Christmas?
I'm wearing Golden Girl sweatpants. Does that count?
Golden Girls. Anyone can top that? Going for 100? Going for 200?
Actually, the thing I would say, somebody got me a pair of D&D sweatpants and then a D20 light that I haven't set up yet. Like a light that's in the shape of a D20. That's probably like the coolest thing I got. That's like what I wasn't expecting.
Okay, yeah, so I got an answer then.
Alright.
I met him while, trying to find answers for a problem that I have, and he's, gave me, I guess, a blessing of the gods, and I show him my mark of Serkava. I don't remember where exactly I put it either.
Interesting.
I think I put it like somewhere on my chest as well, so I'll just like just
Do I know I recognize the mark itself, right? But does it look different from how a mark would normally look on somebody who's been, if they're like normally like a son of Serkava or daughter of Serkava or something like that? Like, is there something different about the mark than there would usually be? Like, even if it's like the outline.
There would be subtle differences between marks that you are born with and marks that you are given. And this definitely looks like a mark that he was given. It does
What
look...
typically is associated when someone's given a mark versus born with it? Like, what circumstances usually does that denote in the grand scheme of things?
When you're given, typically it does require a ceremony. Generally speaking, it's a spell. It's a spell similar to the ceremony spell. It requires a small set
time,
of
effort.
procedures. Yeah, a little bit of time, effort. It's not something that a cleric can just give to anyone willy-nilly. most of the time.
Unless they're apparently at a bar, right?
Well,
Apparently.
they were in an alley, and he did sit patiently for the blessing.
Okay. But let me ask you a different question. I know Cass's level, or at least in terms of in the church, and I also know that I technically outrank him as an actual, well, both in technically ability and stature. Should he have the ability to give out that mark? Technically.
Technically speaking, these marks wouldn't be given out so lightly.
Or by a deacon?
Yeah, not typically out by a deacon, not unless there's some big circumstances for, like, big exception circumstance that they feel need to do it. But normally, no, he does not have the authority.
Does Ash having the mark mean anything for Ash, as far as I know?
Well, if Cass wasn't drunk and just gave it to Ash on a whim, then it would probably imply that there is something that is very either wrong with Ash or something that Ash needs protection from.
Okay,
That would
so he's
warrant-
protecting...
Yeah, that would warrant
Okay.
giving him a mark.
Okay, so I'm going to look at Ash and say, deacons aren't supposed to give out those markings willy-nilly. What did he give you that for? I'm not stupid. And if you tell me something, I will not tell the others. Those marks are given out for protection. What is he protecting you from? If you tell me, I'll tell you a secret about him.
Hold on. Not that I don't want to tell you, I'm trying to figure out, I guess.
No, I understand.
wording.
Characters have a way of talking about things. I know.
DM, do I remember the fiend or demon that possessed me by name, or...
The demon. I don't believe we've ever
Or is that
discussed
something-
his name.
Yeah, I don't think we have. I know I don't have it written down in my notes,
Okay.
but...
So theoretically,
gonna-
you might not know.
I would say that you probably would know at this point, so I am going to add that onto your backstory portion of your character sheet. You probably would know his name, and it would be linked to some of your bonds as well. His name, I think.
John Cena.
Bum, ba, da, bum.
Ba, 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 ba.
I'll just say that his name is Jorgen. Jorgen,
Ooh, I like
and not only that, Jorgen would be linked with your flaw. And if you don't remember what your flaw is, here is the flaw in DM.
I have a reputation for defeating a great evil, but that a
Yes.
lie and a wicked force. Mark of Roseanne causes a constant hunger for living.
Don't say that one out loud.
Oh,
All right, exterminati.
All right, kill him.
Don't say that one out loud, damn it.
Exterminated trade. Yeah.
But yeah.
I was just reading straight off the ass.
Why do you think I messaged it to you privately?
Okay, but
So-
sorry. Continue. So, what would you say?
So yeah, you would know that his name is Jorgen, and you have a reputation for sealing Jorgen away for good, but that's a lie because he's sealed in you. So now it's up to you how much you want to actually say.
Okay. I think, it's all because of, a fiend named Jorgen.
Legend check.
I think he's gotten rid of.
Hey, dice finally worked with me when I needed them.
Do I need to
I'm gonna
roll
wait.
anything?
Okay, so what do you want to know,
Jorgen, what do I know?
Jorgen?
If I know anything.
he's-
Is he
I
important
don't
enough to have
I
a...
don't think he would have been covered in any of the history books, so no, you probably wouldn't know anything about this Jorgen. You probably would get the impression that it's probably some sort of demon or some other thing, but you don't know.
Okay, it just sounds like a fiendish name.
Yeah.
Can I at least tell that? Okay. Can I tell a difference? Okay, here's a question. Given my religious nature, can I tell the difference if it's a demon name or a devil name?
Demon name or a devil name?
I guess also technically, if you want to get really obscure, I could also get obscure, but I didn't think you would be throwing that at this poor guy. Like if it's a Yugoloth or some shit.
Demons are traditionally chaotic. Devils are traditionally lawful. What the
And then the
answer explained to me
Yugolothran-
is that that doesn't apply to his lore.
Oh, it
There are
doesn't.
demons- there are demons and devils, but they're not separated by alignment.
Okay. Then never mind. I figured they were. I'll retract my question. And I'll look at Ash and I'll say, well, the fact that he was able to do that just always confirms my suspicions more and more about him. He's protecting you from this fiend? Sealed it, you said?
He didn't seal it, but he gave me the mark and told me to seek the oracle.
That's basically the Pope in your church.
Ah, yes. I think you just basically practically confirmed a suspicion that many people had, including myself. Which is that no matter how low he decides to stay in the church, he will always have one of the most comfortable lives out of any of us.
I was just like, still lost with what he's saying, but okay.
Yeah, 'cause
Let me
you
just
don't
put it
know
this way.
anything. You don't know anything about the rumors.
I don't
Let me
know
put
anything
it
about
this
the
way.
church, period.
He is but a deacon, but the other seers and such, even above me, tend to be a little scared of Cass. Not of Cass himself, but what he might be. But it's not bad, and that's why I kind of like the guy. There are rumors about him surrounding his birth. Supposedly, considering he was able to put that mark on you, I'm starting to be inclined to believe them more and more. That he might also be a demigod whose mother might be the Oracle. He mutters that last part. Do not worry about that. Do not talk to him about that. Do not talk to anybody in the church about that. And do not show anybody in the church that mark. Do I make myself clear?
Hey,
The-
I just like him as a great drinking buddy.
Exactly. If you ever meet the Oracle someday, sure, show her the mark. But if it is not the Oracle herself or my father directly, do not show anybody that you have that mark. Do I make myself clear? Good. I pat him on the shoulder, say, let's go home.
Do we pick up the stuff first?
Well, yeah, I assume so.
Okay. Where is that stuff exactly? Like, I know it's at a pawn shop, but like, what would this pawn shop's name be, just in case we have to come back to it?
It's just, no, let me just type it out.
The Golden Cat Pawn Shop?
Glenwise. Glenwise
I was so
Pottery.
close. I was so close.
Glenwise's Pawnery.
Thank you.
I have a question. Where is the Oracle supposed to be? Does she reside in this city? Is there a different church she resides at?
So the city up north is Keist. That is the Crusader city-state devoted to Serkava. So she's essentially like the theocracy ruler of Keist.
So if I was going to seek an audience with her potentially later in a campaign over my discoveries about the fragments, I would probably be going to Keist if I was told to go talk to her. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, continuing on, sorry.
Something in canon, huh? Alright.
You do not know what it's like being the son of Serkava. Everybody expects a lot from you, and yet you get no guidance from your father. In some ways, I both envy and pity Pyre at the same time. Pyre has a lot more to live up to than I do.
I mean, to be fair, you probably would know that you aren't expected to be doing these great things at the very least.
No, but I also know that you're more likely to do great things when your deific father is in your life, and also potentially imparts his goals and wisdom and wants of you.
What's a family?
Yeah. It is both a blessing and a curse. Do
At the very
not
least-
wish for.
Void.
At the very least, it's there is the peculiar doctrine where if you do approach the church as a demigod, you are explicitly told that you don't have to live your life for the church. It is up to you whether or not you want to do
I
that.
mean, when you have so many fucking siblings of
Yep.
Serkava,
Yep.
of course they can't all literally fucking do it. It's not like he has two sons. These are the son. These are the prodigals.
I love the idea of you like show up at church one day for your training and there's a line of like 30 people and you're like, oh yeah, I cut to the front because I'm a son, and you're like,
Like, no, you don't,
get to the
bitch.
back.
We're all sons and daughters here. But yeah, does anything happen at the pawn shop, or are we pretty much able to get the stuff we were promised?
I know I've been messaged. I know a bunch of you want to leave, so I'm just going to save other NPC encounters for next time. So, but no combat stuff happens at all during the pawn shops. You just have some NPC encounters as I'm trying to poke the newbies.
I think
as well.
Ash and I had a pretty big scene. If you want to focus on other people now, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I want to do Zorg next, but Zorg said that he might need to go soon, so we'll do that next time.
Do you want to end here for now, then? It sounds like you're thinking about it. Because the only other thing I would like to do is brief the church leadership on everything tonight.
Read the church.
But that doesn't necessarily need to be something that needs to be role played out in front of everybody, because that's going to be heavily him and NPCs.
Yep.
All right, so what I'm
And-
hearing is we're good to go. Those who want to stay can stay.
Yep.
Okay. All right, see you guys. I had a lot of fun today. Sorry for talking over you repeatedly. Sorry, Zorg, getting your name wrong 90% of the time. I will learn.
The last few sessions you had, it was
Yes.
fine.
Yep.
This
I'm just going to let you guys know, I've been playing with enough games of Bones to know that he will get his own characters' names wrong, too. So,
Yeah.
Cricket
I've learned
and
that I
Kick It.
have-
Remember them?
That was the worst mistake in my life.
Cricket.
And it happened on both sides. Two completely different characters. One was a kobold, was a giant centipede. One was a doctor, the other was a paladin. Like, very different personalities. But, you know, they did just happen to have the same name, almost. Kick It for the kobold, because you kick it out of the way. Cricket for the insect, because it's an insect. Anyways, I'm going to head on out. Fun playing with you guys. Well done, everyone.
I love you, Bones. Have fun. I don't know if you want to hand wave me briefing the church leadership if you wanted to roleplay it, but I can stay for that if you want. if that matters to you, GM.
I think we could probably just largely hand wave that.
Yeah, it would literally just be him talking about it would literally just be exposition of the scene. Like, just assume that he is he's not hiding anything from the church. He literally is the church. I mean, I don't know, like, it's everything. He's telling them everything.
Raphael would
People
have something he'd like to do if you're down for a GM, but otherwise you're down to exposition with secret.
And we'll hand wave that. There was another NPC, but I don't think she would be high enough to be involved in the briefing. Okay. So what does Rafayel want to do?
Well, since everyone was
I believe
going
I'm
to get
going to
their
log out too.
Alright.
Also about to head out. Are we good for next session next week?
Probably.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's probably
I'll
a
do
good
that.
thing to bring up before you go off tonight, Jorah. We'll talk about that, if you don't mind.
Yep.
It's about next week.
Alright. Good night, everybody.
Thank you for running.
Good night, guys.
Enjoyed the evening.
Right.
Got my mind off a lot of bullshit.
That's what this is about.
Absolutely right. Just have fun. Get away from the bullshit.
And
Exactly.
then we start
Good
delving into
time.
wars and politics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Better theirs than the real ones.
Oh my God. Don't talk about the real ones. I don't want to. I mean, could you imagine a rematch between the two we had?
God. Can we not imagine that?
No.
Uh,
I mean, it could happen.
It could.
And we know Joe Biden now.
Oh no.
Don't even get me started.
No, don't say
Don't-
anything before
I'm
trying
not
to
going
sleep.
to. I'm just gonna say
It's
that this is a
bedtime.
very wonderful
You
game.
guys are too young to remember this. We had an election way back pretty bad. Like, wait. There was a cartoon comic strip called Pogo Possum. And there was a move for write-in votes for Pogo Possum president.
Pogo.
I don't
Yeah,
want
I
to see
mean-
that again.
Oh my god.
I still remember
Oh my God.
Harambe for president. Does
You
nobody
can imagine,
remember fucking
You know, somebody
Harambe
putting
right
up Homer Simpson for president or something.
Oh my god.
I'm going to get off. Good night, guys.
Alright, you have a
We'll
good
see
night,
you in
man.
about a week.
Yep. Take care. See you next week.
Goodbye,
Raph.
everybody.
Yes.
Good night, Zorg.
Yep. Good night,
Yeah.
Jorg.
Do your thing, Raphael.
Sounds good. So, first, let's start with what is this mana crystal that I'm getting?
Yep, I did actually want to get to that. Okay. So, this is a heavily refined mana crystal. Most mana crystals are they're like ore. They are unpurified and have a whole bunch of rock and impurities in them. But this one is just straight pure mana. Now the thing is about a mana crystal is you could theoretically try to distill it. It's a very tough process, but you could try to distill it to basically make a potion to restore one of your spell slots, because this is pure mana and the whole world is made out of mana. Like, it's basically your life blood. You could try to get someone to distill it into a potion for you, or you could try to find other applications for this. This would probably be more relevant for Pyre, who's the actual artificer, the actual smith, to try to craft something magical with it.
So,
But in the meantime,
realize-
congrats, you have an essence of the world.
I know, right? Like, that's crazy as fuck. Trying to think, what would I do with this? Because Raphael
And you're
is
only level
definitely-
3!
I know. What did I just get? So my heart's definitely pounding. And
I didn't
So
think
I don't
anything
get
of
any
it when I
gold.
first gave it to you, but then when I started thinking about it, it's like, oh yeah, mana has this qualities in this world, so you could theoretically do this.
Yeah, no, it's definitely got me interested. But I don't get any gold unless I sell this, right?
Correct. You could hold
Sell
on to
the
it. It is
pyre.
it's pretty valuable, and you don't know if you're ever gonna see something like this ever again.
Oh, so I understand how rare and unique it is by once I obtain it.
Yes, the distillation process for making a refined mana crystal, it probably would be as complex as, say, aluminum is in modern day. Like it's not something that our ancient ancestors would have been able to do without better processes, and this one's a very difficult process. I say it's probably the equivalent of making nitroglycerin. Like, it's a very volatile process that could blow up in your face, literally.
So this changes what I'm actually gonna do. I really wasn't thinking about this, but with the way you just described it, understanding its importance, I'm gonna hold on to the mana crystal.
Okay.
And I'm gonna plant some seeds. What I mean by that is, do you know where in Veer I'm getting this from at all, or is that way too specific?
For the pawnery that you need to go to, that would be in the commercial district. So more of the middle
Commercial,
class.
okay.
Yeah.
Is that close to the slum district at all?
Yes, it should be.
Okay. Would it be possible before going to the said inn that we all agreed upon staying, that Rafayel goes through the slums and sees if he can identify any of said children that he had given gold to at all, and just kind of let them know he would like to talk to their parents in the morning? Or is that like not at all possible? Is it too late? Are we talking about like
this is probably around midnight, I'd say. So most
Oh,
people
never
are
mind.
likely asleep. You could ask, you could go double back to the Golden Cat brothel, talk to the plague doctor, and see what he knows, if he can just set that up for you.
I have a different idea than knowing how late it is and everything. Do you remember in the first session there was this guard that
Rain?
Yes, Rain.
Yes.
I just want to go through established channels on the way back to the inn we're all meeting at, and saying that I'd like to meet with her in the morning, and that the House of Wright has interest in freaky tentacle-faced people, and that would be the message I would use to entice her, and that Lord Cunningham sends the message.
Cunningham sent the message. Okay. So
That's the false identity I originally gave her and bribed her with.
I mean, she didn't know it was a bribe.
Yes,
From her
yes.
perspective, it was a gift, but yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the message to her is that the House of Wright are interested in tentacle people. Is that right?
Yep, that's pretty much it. Before meeting up with everyone else and not knowing knowing what I have is super valuable and important. I'm just waiting until the morning to reveal what I have to the group.
Okay, so you want to meet up with her right now, right here at midnight?
No. Like in the morning after everyone wakes up, after I get to talk with the group, kind of like, we figure out what we're doing. Before we do whatever we're doing, I'm going to talk with her.
Okay. Chances are that specific message would probably be seen as a prank. It's like, who the fuck?
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Because my intention was to use my background to set up a meeting with her to talk about what actually happened to Lord Cunningham, because I don't think my character has actually known the end results after assuming his identity.
Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. So she's a hobgoblin, and hobgoblins are very no-nonsense. So you could be a bit more blunt, just not giving too much information away.
Then I would say, oh, I'm going to do this then. You probably know by now I'm not the real Lord Cunningham. I need to work with you. The right hand of Zenova, Rafayel.
Alright. And you want to roleplay this interaction now? Since this is before...
We can do this either now or next session in front of others. I don't mind. It just depends if it's okay if it's like the next day type of thing.
Yeah. I'll say it's up. I'll leave that up to you, because I can devote session time to it, unless you want it resolved now with fewer people.
Yeah, we can just go through it real quick, because I don't think it'll take too long to go through it. Unless you need time to prepare.
Right hand of Zenova. Right hand of Zenova. Okay. So, where exactly did you want to meet up with her? Because if you didn't specify a location, she's probably going to be...
I would tell her the same warehouse that they arrested the villainous smuggler and saved me in, being very dramatic in it.
Okay. She's likely... If you want to meet with her privately, she's likely just going to book a room somewhere nearby, somewhere private.
I'm down,
That
so I
was
see
a,
that...
Yeah, that was a private house. That was the gnome's house.
Yeah, so I say that I go up to the gnome's house, and then like one of her people points me, and I'm like, oh, thank you. Yes, I totally knew where I was going all along. Start walking towards her.
So you're not the real Lord Cunningham. I see.
Well,
I see. When you revealed that, I did have to check some information. And well, what is it that you would like to discuss? I'll let you go first.
I'd honestly like to know what information you've found, because obviously you can see I'm not in shackles. I'm not under arrest. Do you at all know who Lord Cunningham really was and what has happened to him?
Lord Cunningham. Well, Lord Cunningham was a noble who was responsible for... who was the... What's the position? You like an administrator? It's not so this is part of the Pegasus Knights. It's not a military position. It's more like the overseer of sorts, not a direct commander of sorts.
Okay.
I guess like a financier. It's non-military. It's a high-rank civilian role in the Pegasus Knights of Acheron. Well, I do know vaguely of the crimes that he has been accused of. It's said that a group of up-and-coming Pegasus Knights, which peculiarly enough includes the name Rafayel, a group of young Pegasus Knights who had recently completed their training were sent off to war to die in the front lines, and it seems that he had been prosecuted for that crime as well as the abuse and misuse and kidnapping of various children for the purposes of war. He has been universally condemned. And while he has not been sentenced to execution, he has been personally given the Curse of Zenova. And from what I hear, Zenova does not give out curses lightly.
You've heard correctly. Well then, if he's been universally condemned, then that identity has been burned, if I do say, and so it's up to you and I to work on a new one. And these people, I don't know if you noticed, there are certain people in these slums that haven't been given a chance, like those children that the real Lord Cunningham took advantage of, and that soldiers like Rafayel have been taken advantage of as well. So what I offer you, and this is like him processing everything he's seen, what Pyre's done, what Secret's done, what he's seen other people do in the party. We need people who look below the others. People who seem innocuous. Little workers of bar, restaurant, events, temporary hires that come and go. There are some children I've given gold to. Their parents are probably concerned. I see that you came up to the slums ever so quickly and what I must say, the perfect timing and with the perfect gaunter and stance, like I wouldn't be honest with you otherwise. And I'll let my eyes turn completely black at this point. I want you to protect them, and I want you to let them know that they can find jobs in peculiar places and get us information, and they'll be provided for, and that you have got the eyes of definitely somebody who wants to make his way up in the world, and if you're looking to make your way up in the world, I'd like to strike a bargain. And so what Raphael's trying to get across is, look, I want to hire you, I want to make sure that the slums are taken care of, I want you to make sure that the people I gave gold to can find jobs and get us information, kind of like how Pyre is using and Secret is using the influences of the rich. I want to try and use the influences of the middle class and the lower class and get people to just kind of move up, even if this doesn't result in any future information, even if I have to sacrifice gold. This is something Raphael would like to do.
You're asking quite a bit from me. You're asking me to operate in a more managerial role? That's quite a bit, even if I have some connections. It's quite a lot of work, and it's also quite a lot of expectations. Especially if you're not the real Lord Cunningham. How can I be certain you are exactly who you say you are? How do I know you're even Rafayel?
You ask all the right questions. You're right. So, I don't know exactly where I came from and who I am, but I am curious. Raphael is the right hand of Zenova, Lord Cunningham is some weird pervert, and I am who I am. And my eyes will go completely dark. The symbol in them will shine. I do not know what is happening to me. I don't know what is becoming of me. I don't know why I'm so different. I don't know why any of this is going on, but I do know one thing. I don't like people suffering. And what I'm asking of you is quite an enterprise, but it's not one I am not unwilling to pay for. And I will pull out the mana crystal, and I will take out a candle, and I'll light the candle, and I'll hold it underneath the mana crystal almost as to make it drip. This is the life of the world. Would you let the life drain a single drop for the possibility of protecting those that could be amazing, that could be this party, these people I found, I want to protect, but I know that they have a blind spot, and that is people are forgotten. And to the people who have forgotten, I want to protect. And I'm taking a huge gamble by taking out this mana crystal before I show it to the girl.
I'm sure if you had spoken with any other guardsmen, they probably would have robbed you blind and left you out for dead. But you are lucky that I do believe in Zenova as well. I do believe that people should be given mercy and be given a chance. That's why I don't wish to progress past my position. I want to stay in the slums, directly overseeing the people. Okay. Let me just think.
I can roll a persuasion, deception. I can roll if you want that to help you guide your decision.
There is something. Let me just think. When she tells you the people down here in the slums, they feel like they're being used. Some of them even feel angry. They feel like they're not even treated as like human beings. I can see that rage, and I feel that that rage is eventually going to boil over into rebellion if we can't change things through legal channels. I can do my best to continue doing what I'm doing and watching over people who are being preyed on by manipulative nobles, by their henchmen and thugs. I can try to do my best, as I have been doing. But there is change on the horizon. Possibly change due to rebellion. I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of bloodshed in the future, that no change will be able to come to the laws of this land without revolution. And I'm not here saying that we should incite revolution. I'm saying that, well, something is brewing.
Something is brewing indeed. I agree. There's a chance when I was back in Zenova to end Lord Cunningham's life and stop myself. Because whatever reason I heard Raphael's voice in my head saying that that's not what Zenova would want. So I come to you with this. Rebellion may be on the horizon, but for the few, however how few they may be, the few we can actually help. Even if it's a lie, even if I'm lying to myself, I want to help them. And I think that you, for whatever reason, while you're looking after the slums, while you're feeling this sense of duty, I feel like there's certain individuals that we can acclimate to give us information for when these rebellions may happen. Who may feel most unseated? I'm not going to stop them. I may even help them, depending on what they need. But knowing who they are is very important and valuable information. Even knowing who I am. I bet Raphael's kicking himself that his entire reputation is based off of somebody else. I bet, oh my god, I can't wait to see his face, to be honest. And me telling this to you? To tell you exactly how much I don't give a fuck. I just want to help who I can when I can. So, this is worth a lot to my party. I'll see what I can do. The rest I'll use to fund you for now, but can you help these people that I might have inadvertently put in harm's way? I didn't mean to. I didn't realize what I was doing at the time, but there are families out here in the slums in danger because I gave them gold. I can describe them to you, can show them to you, and you can shelter them because the plague doctor. And if you can work this up your own channels, I don't trust the House of Wright. I can't get a read on them, and that scares me. If you can investigate the House of Wright and protect these people, then I will do what I can to make sure that you are given the resources you can to protect who you can.
Conducting an investigation on the House of Wright. That is a good way to end up in an early grave. But I can do what I can with my meager power to keep those children safe. Whether or not I will get far in an investigation without ending up in a grave, that is another question entirely.
Do not endanger your own life. I'd rather us see mutual benefits in the future. You just saying that is information enough. Protecting those who I care about inadvertently is all that I need. And now that I understand what is happening here, I want you to let them know that when we refer to Zenova, we refer to her as Nova. That's how we will understand exactly when we are being honest with each other. When we refer to Nova, we will say to each other the truth. And upon that truth, we will spread our information. And if enough of us can figure out what's going on in the slums and find these little pieces that are missing, just maybe these demigods that I've found myself entwined with, spoiled as they may be, might find their way.
Out of character talk, so you're basically saying, so you basically want to bring this up to their attention, essentially?
Basically, I'm just being overly fanciful and saying that the information he's giving me is good, and if he can protect the kids and watch out to see if the plague doctor is being, like, trying to kidnap these people or things, and let me know, just, like, kind of watching out for the plague doctor, because I couldn't get a read. It's kind of like, because I got a natural one on the inside, I don't know what the hell's going on. I just wanted to get a read, just in case these kids go missing, or these families go missing. And if Pyre can get them a job, maybe, you know, this person can convince them to just not die from the gold I gave them, is pretty much the whole goal.
Okay. These children are more cautious and resourceful than you might expect. They're not exactly going to go flaunting around the gold pieces. They know what it's like to have food or their belongings stolen from them by other people who are not well off. They know. be cautious. These commoners, these common children, they're not quite as helpless as you might think at times. To live this long, some of them learn very hard lessons.
I'm gonna go ahead and head out, guys. Y'all have a great night.
Have a good one, Ash.
All right, see you, man.
Take care.
Peace.
So upon knowing that the kids are going to be alright, the gold isn't going to misuse, it's more about building kind of like that underground network and just saying like, hey, just confirming with the person from the first session that had our back, I got your back, you have mine. Just kind of keep your head out for the two houses that we've kind of got nose on, which would be House of Steele and House of Wright. These are the two that have kind of irked our noses. And that would be kind of the end of the interaction.
Alright. I already made an NPC named Rafayel's Urchins, so we've got that squared away.
Loving it. And would Raphael, when he wakes up the next morning after having the long rest and we're level 3, would he be able to see in the mirror the symbols in his eyes now, or would that only activate at certain times?
So just to clarify, whenever you do the black eyes, do you want the symbols to pop up every single time, or no? 'Cause they
Whenever,
could.
yeah, I want it to be like whenever I'm actually revealing the like necrotic shroud, or whenever I'm actually getting pushed when I have the black eyes, that the symbol would be available in the eyes. And if for whatever reason I was shirtless and people saw what was like behind the wing, like the armor in between the wings, then yeah, they'd see what was on my back too.
Wait, so the rest of the party would see it too?
If it was on my back, yeah. If it's in my eyes, that I would like for them to have to be paying attention. You know, if my eyes go black, they're like, oh, I want to look at his eyes. Or I want to, like, if I'm just chilling there, my eyes go black, and they're like, oh, I'm looking at Raphael weird. I would like them to notice if they eat pretty easily, you know.
Okay.
Because I doubt how often people look in my eyes, you know what I mean?
Okay, so you did this to the Plague Doctor, right? So the symbols would have popped up in your eyes when you were looking at the Plague Doctor, right?
Probably. So if anyone was looking at me during that time, they might have noticed if we were level 3 at that time, yeah.
Okay. As you're walking back from your meeting with Rain, a few henchmen do grab you by your arms and say, we'd like to have a few words with you, if you don't mind. Important business, House of Wright.
Well, if they're henchmen and they've grabbed me by my arms, and I am without the party, and I am pretty much pissing myself, anything you say, yep, totally, yep, okay, sounds good, let's go.
You're dragged over to the slums, over to a back alley. They open up a door, push you through, and you see the Plague Doctor with his visage on. And he tells you, don't even think about trying to lie. In your eyes, I saw them. Why do you bear the mark of visage, the god of deception, the second demonic god?
Second. I heard he was first, to be honest, but,
Solemn is the first, technically.
Rafa has no fucking clue what's happening, so he's gonna lie his ass off because he just was told not to lie, so everything's coming out of his mouth is about to be just like utter garbage.
You're in a zone of truth right now. Actually, make a charisma.
Yeah, he has to make a save for that if he wants to try to lie in it.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
I'm
What
glad
kind
I
of save?
stayed.
He informs
Oh,
you
I
not
didn't even
to.
know Secret was still here. Holy shit!
He
Way to stay
informs you
secret.
don't
Appreciate
resist,
that.
otherwise we will have to assume the worst. If you want to resist, make a charisma saving throw. But he informs you should not try to resist it.
This
Okay.
is definitely not at the Church of Serkava, I assume. Because I missed that part.
An underground church that I got kidnapped by the plague doctor. So he tells me not to resist.
Too bad you're not third level. You can't use sending.
It wasn't going to be one of my spells I took. Sorry, I was going to take Nathar's Vicious.
The please come find me and save me spell.
Oh my god, so he says that, and I'm gonna do what Raphael's gonna do. He's gonna play a gamble. Every time he can gamble, he's gonna gamble if he feels it's 50-50. Okay. Raphael's gonna say, I heard you, and I choose to try my best. I'm gonna natural 20 on the charisma.
Sir, he resisted the zone of truth. Alright. I was hoping that a cultist hadn't infiltrated our ranks, but it appears you leave me no choice. We're going to have a long conversation about what you know about the cults, about why you have the symbol of a demon in your eyes and on your body. And, well, we might have to have a few words with your party as well, and see exactly why, what they know, and why they trusted a demon.
Just hear Raphael cackling, then probably he starts cackling more, and it builds. It gets creepier and like more wispier as the spectral wings start. Some bone wings start crackling out of his back slightly and kind of retract back in for a moment. And he looks, because they haven't actually seen the mark on his back, they've only seen his eyes. As his eyes then are completely black. I honestly don't know what the fuck is going on. I just know one thing. You said demonic got a visage.
Yes. You do
Then
have such a mark.
is the demonic god a goddess or a god?
It is a god. Or at least, it was one. You shouldn't have resisted, because it was the most peculiar thing. Well, maybe I shouldn't speculate, since I don't even know whether or not you're going to tell me the truth. There is something off about your mark.
My neck kind of crackles to the side and my head is tilted in a weird angle and I'm looking at him now and I'm just like, oh really? You didn't understand what you were stepping into and now you've met a visage. How funny. And yet you thought you detained me. And it seems, as my neck cracks back up and back down, as I'm actually casting minor illusion around my head to make it seem like my neck is cracking as I move my head side to side.
That isn't necessarily something you can stealth, because it does require a somatic component, so it does require...
I'm not hiding it. I wouldn't be hiding it, to be honest. I would be very out front, being just making sure that the crackling and like everything's going together. Like even if they understood that it was a minor illusion that was happening, I don't mind. Okay. I'm crackling my head side to side, and I'm saying, and yet I've detained you because now you've told me what the fuck's in my eyes, what the fuck's in my blood, what's in my soul, and what the fuck was my mom thinking? No wonder they wouldn't tell me anything about her. Or about him? I can't wait to find out the future. And...
if you live long enough to see it, do you know how many cultists I have killed? Do you know how many corrupted monsters or soulless demons we have cast into the abyss, keeping this town safe? You will just be one of many this is just business to me. If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. And I recommend that you behave if you want to live.
I then, hearing this crackling, I can't help myself. It's part of who I am, as you can see. And I then purposefully surrender to truthfulness. If the zone of truth is still there, I can feel that I now would give in. Otherwise, I would say, go ahead, try again. I wanted to make sure I got the truth from you first.
While this is happening, damn it, I might have to do this a little bit sooner. Rafayel was always the big question. Everyone else has gotten their perks yet, but due to your distant relationship with your NPC, it's always been a question of how do I get him to interact with your character, because that first interaction is going to be how long it takes until you actually interact with him does affect your story.
We can save the NPC interaction till next time in front of others, and we can just say with this one that we're just kind of, exchanging information tit for tat, and since I got kidnapped and I got certain information about where I'm coming from, I have like a basis to work on. I can even reciprocate to the plague doctor like, hey, Ash, we can keep this a secret. And we could just kind of wait till next time to really get into the NPC interactions that I think you're hinting at.
Problem is, would he know? Actually, I think now that you've spoken with Rain, but it's too short of a time difference. But he is... Okay, okay. So... Your NPC that's linked with your level is probably going to show up, and that's going to be in front of the other party. It's likely going to be in front of the other party. How much did you tell Rain about, say, where you were staying, your people you associate with? How much did you actually tell about yourself?
I would probably tell Rain that to meet us more discreetly, to try and not do it in front of Pyre or Secret overtly, but if they felt no choice, whatever. It was more kind of one of those underground things that I wanted to kind of make sure was done.
Though, what about yourself? Like, would have you imparted any information about yourself, where you were staying?
Oh, sorry. Yes. No, I would have told him where I'm staying at. I would have told Rain kind of not only where I'm staying or meeting up at, but like how to contact me after I confer with the group type of thing. If possible, I would have marked a deck of cards and given each person that I make contacts with a marked card. That's why I wanted the deck of cards so badly from Zorg.
No, you probably should communicate that so that I know that's what you're doing.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I was collecting things slowly. I didn't realize we were doing this all now. I was kind of like gonna wait a little bit, but then now we're getting to it all.
Yeah, but when you revealed that, that definitely set off red flags to the plague doctor, because he's seen enough demonic shit to recognize this.
Okay, yeah, I didn't realize I had to reveal that in front of the party, but I definitely did because my eyes went black and we're level 3 now. So that would make sense though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense with the character, though, like, with how Rafayel portrays himself, the way he thinks of himself, him not realizing he already revealed something and him not knowing what it means, goes with this backstory, as we discussed, so...
Yeah.
This being new information and him trying to hide that it's new information, hide his shock of what it means to be, like, a kind of worshiper and follower of Zenova, to find out that you have the mark of a demon on you, someone, especially a demon that died in the last war, is huge information. Like, that's what I was saying, it's huge. So he's just kind of reeling and doing what he can with what he's got. And so I'm 100% down with everything you've said.
He will. So, you surrender yourself to the zone of truth, and he does, like, he gets his henchman in there. He says, don't resist the zone of truth, and we're going to be taking off your clothes. We're going to make sure that there isn't another mark hiding on you.
Oh, this is just awkward. If you want to get me naked, at least get me some of the women from outside this place. Like, come on! Like, at least make it worth it. Okay, so, I get it. Okay,
Yeah.
take it off, close. Stop grasping. Stop grabbing. Oh, God, that's special region. Stop. Don't touch
Stop
there.
resisting! Stop resisting, damn it!
Stop touching the special region. And then, yeah, I do comply, stripped, I guess, butt-ass naked, and with put to pressure. Am I supposed to
And he...
adopt my spectral form in this point?
Yeah, he says, go on, and don't try anything.
I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I can
Show
start
your
like
marks.
waving around my naked body a little bit, like flexing awkwardly. Like, what do you want?
Show your marks again. We need to make sure there isn't another one, like the mark of Rosend or the mark of Solemn.
And then, okay, so I'll turn to one of the others in the room. I don't mean this as a threat, but this is the only way I know how to activate it. You are worthless. You are nothing. You can't do anything right. Drop! And I'll cast command on one of the other guardsmen or whatever. And my eyes turn black and the symbol appears. And I realize that's not enough. So I'll kind of like punch the ground real quick, angry at myself, and I'll yell, "Drop!" And two skeletal wings start sprouting from my back, like crack, 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 like angel wings that are decayed over time and dripping of little flesh marks. And the symbol will appear on my back.
And if you feel any evil inhibitions, those inhibitions begin to burn away. They begin to fade away as you return back to your senses. And he says, peculiar. You do bear another mark. This is the other half of the mark of visage. And it's sealed within the mark of Zenova. There is something unusual about you. Whether or not you're evil is another question entirely. I ask for your cooperation. And he says, you do bear the mark of visage, yes, and visage is currently one of the demonic gods. But you don't bear his updated mark. You actually bear his old mark, before he became a demon. And I believe Zenova's protection is exactly why you're not quite as evil as you seem.
Protection. That's a funny word to describe what I've been through. This
Hey,
is...
It could
this
be
has
worse. You could be an entirely inhuman monstrosity, constantly changing forms and twisting and turning. You saw those things that were in the sewers. You could have ended up like one of them. Granted,
Speaking
this
of
isn't the worst existence that you could have asked for.
True. I agree. Speaking of those things you just mentioned, I know you're dissecting them. Now that we're being more candid with each other, can you use them for anything?
You're asking me if I can use the bodies for anything.
I'm just curious if there's any purpose, and you paid us a handsome sum, and you've helped me greatly in ways I can't even imagine. I'm just curious because you're just so incredible so far in my eyes that why do you even want these things besides to dissect them?
Simple. You need to know your enemy if you wish to fight it. I need to know what these flares are made of, how they work and how they operate, what Niall's mistake was when he created these things, what their weaknesses are. We fight with limited knowledge of what our enemies are. And we need to learn. That's why. As a doctor, I am here dissecting their bodies, knowing where their weak points are, knowing how to crack them open, knowing how they corrupt people, how they destroy people's lives. I'm protecting them from, well, I'm not so sure about you, but creatures similar to you.
I can guarantee you that you don't need to protect creatures from me. However, I love to hear what you're saying. If you ever happen across any Pegasus Knights, ask them for Rafayel and tell him that the liar sends his regards. And I think he'll give you the information you seek.
I suppose. Though, after I'm done with you, you're going to be turned over to the church, and they will figure out what to do with you. Whether Serkava will have mercy on your soul and set you free, or whether he will condemn you as a demon and have you executed, or worse.
At this point, can I get the Serkava mark to appear on my forehead?
You don't have it, and you're not just going to spontaneously get it out of nowhere, buddy.
Didn't we get Serkava marks? Or when we pledged the allegiance to him with the mission?
Nope, because Pyre specifically didn't want them. So
okay.
So
Yeah, no,
Serkava
I
did not give you any Serkava marks, unfortunately.
Okay, no, I get what you're saying. Okay, no, I get it. So I'm basically being thrown. Okay, I get what's happening now. This is not good. Since I got my necrotic shroud out, technically we're level 3, right?
Yes.
This is my last thing of the night. And I'll go ham with it just to go to bed in a glorious uproar no matter what happens. We'll let it fly. They can take me to the church if they want. I'm just choosing between which spells I want to do. I don't want to throw them out there. Okay, yeah, we'll do this one. How big is the room we're in?
The room is likely about 30 feet across and 30 feet long, 30 by 30.
Okay, and in the space that I'm in, are all the creatures within my space, or are they all scattered around the room? How many creatures are in the room, real quick, if you don't mind me asking, so I
There's
can
two-
send off it correctly?
Doors to the room. One person's on the far end room on the other side. You're likely. Let's see. Distance. The farthest one would likely be around 15 feet from you.
Okay.
And 3 people would be within 10 feet of you. 2 of them would be right next to you, basically holding you down, essentially.
It's like perfect. Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. All of a sudden, another me sprouts. Another me sprouts. Another me sprouts. Another me sprouts from around me. There's like cast mirror images. They're trying to take me to the church. I'm in a dire situation. I don't know what else to do. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. And at the end of the day, Raphael is going to try and lie one more time.
Try and lie one more time. Okay. Make your charisma save.
Oh no, I meant like with the mirror image. Unless this requires a charisma save.
Oh, wait.
So it's like, so if anyone attacks me, I have 3 duplicates. I must roll a d6 or roll a 6 or higher to change the attack's target to a duplicate. With 2 duplicates, you must roll an 8 or higher. And this is on a d20.
You are being grappled essentially right now. So
I wouldn't be able to do this.
I suppose you could. So it's just verbal and somatic. So you could wave your hands around while trying to chant the spell. Although it does, an action is 6 seconds. I don't think they would just stand there gawking at you while you cast a spell.
Yeah.
I think someone would try to slap you, like knock it off.
As I get slapped across the face, as I try and cast mirror image, it doesn't hold up. Fuck, man! Oh. I was just... You're just gonna take me to churches like that? All I did was get a little black eye in front of you, killing me, go to sleep for nothing? Fuck, jeez, okay, fine, right. I guess I'm just taking away to the church, fuck.
I'd be very curious what time frame he arrives, and if it would be very public or noisy while this was happening for obvious reasons. Would this be happening during my briefing?
Okay, so it's the next morning, so your briefing would have... You said you wanted to do
No.
briefing at night, so it probably wouldn't. So this would be the next morning. Raphael would likely go off, say that he's got business, and then that's when the Pegasus Knight arrives, saying that he wants to meet Raphael.
But would I have heard of the Pegasus Knight?
You probably would have heard
I'm a
that
seer.
Pegasus Knights are in town. They want to either see or participate in the Tournament of Steel, and they're going to enjoy the festivities. But it is peculiar to see a Pegasus Knight, like, swoop down right in front of your inn and ask for someone.
Well, I'm staying at the church. Or sleeping at the church.
Sleeping at the church? Okay, yeah, he
Yeah.
would... So that was where he said he was gonna... that was where Raphael said he was... He told where he was sleeping, so the Pegasus Knight would be at the church. This is basically like essentially a representative of Zenova, the goddess of mercy and love. Not necessarily a priest, but still like a similar.
Still sent by the goddess, typically. Or acts within the
Sometimes-
goddess's name.
Yeah, sent in the goddess's name, kind of like how a knight could be sent in
In
their
God's
king's
name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a Pegasus Knight swoops down sometime after Raphael leaves, and he does ask for a Raphael, and he'll probably do that later when everyone else is around.
Okay.
Wait, Raphael's
That's
been
not why I
kidnapped?
stayed.
No.
I legit stayed for a reason. I promise it wasn't just to spy on this. I promise. But now this
No,
is
that
just
was-
too interesting.
I'm so sorry for that taking that long. I didn't think it was going to take an hour to do that. I'm so sorry,
care less.
DM and Secret. Thank you for staying.
I
Raphael's
always
been
like character
kidnapped.
drama.
The real Raphael, a Pegasus Knight has come down and is greeting the group. I love it. DM, thank you for entertaining me. I love being kidnapped. I don't know what it is, but this was better than I expected it could have gone, even though it went horribly wrong.
You weren't expecting this to go sideways because I kept some of it secret because you wanted it to be secret, and it came out. Oh boy, you just had to reveal it right to that specific NPC whose job it is to hunt demons.
It's one of those things. You turn level 3, you lose a little bit of control. You're just kind of tease to the group something could be happening, and then you tease it to like an NPC who's like, "Oh, I know what the fuck that is."
Yes.
Like, I'm gonna fucking murder you. Like, oh fuck.
You have a demon mark on you, and I recognize that.
Hello, Plague Doctor. I failed inside on 3 times.
Oh yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah. No, I love it. I think the group's going to be shocked when they hear that all of a sudden Raphael's been captured and Pegasus Knight is greeting you at the beginning of next session. And thank you, Secret, for sticking around. DM, if you got anything else, I'm down to stay a little bit longer, but otherwise I'm going to log off.
Nah, I think that's it.
Alright, guys, have a good one.
Yep, take care.
Take care.
Okay, I promise there's a reason I stayed. It wasn't just to keep you up late. I promise. But I had a thought in the middle of the session. I have a convention I'm going to be out of town for next week.
Yep.
So I realized, since you had mentioned that Secret would probably be much more likely to be known, it would probably be a good excuse for him to not go, but I wanted to discuss if there was something productive that he could do during that time frame. If the church had a different lead for him to follow, or if he could, or if it was doing something with Cass or something. Investigating this Pegasus Knight all of a sudden could be interesting, but that's only meta knowledge now.
I suppose you could probably be one of the first ones. Like, you could expect it to be an envoy or something of that sort, and greet him personally if you want. It's up to you. Like,
if they were given, if I was given instruction to, then I would probably put aside. If anything, he's curious enough. But
probably wouldn't. You probably wouldn't be ordered to specifically, but it is a very unusual, peculiar thing.
Listen, he likes to see unusual, peculiar. But he's gonna have his hands full now that he knows a little bit more about Ash. That's oof. I'm gonna be asking. That's actually something I was hoping to maybe get some time with Ash later, but I knew it was late, so I wanted to be like, "Hey, Cass, what the fuck are you doing?"
You can ask Cass right now if you want. It's up to you.
I mean, that depends. I know it's late for you. Well, I'm assuming it's late for you. I don't know.
Yeah, it's 11:27.
That's right. You're my time zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I got time. I got time to kill. So, do you want to be the next day, maybe before all the hubbub? I'm going to assume Cass is probably somebody has told Cass about this briefing that I explicitly was not going to tell him. I assume he finds out everything anyways. But that's not why I will approach him.
I actually would need to roll for that. You might be able to get the impression that maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't.
That's not what I'm going to talk to him about.
Yeah, at the very least, he just says, "Have fun with your secret mission, dude."
So what I'd like to do, maybe pull some rank on some people because I want to be nice as per usual because being nice people can get things done. Plus, Cass has been reasonable. I assume Cass has always been nice to me and reasonable to me and all that, on duty or off duty, right? If he's been willing to
He's
ask to hang out with me.
He
Okay.
can be a bit overbearing at times, but yes.
So I want to pull a favor for him and go to the people who have been giving him tasking for the day and seeing about cutting his duty short before I go talk to him, so I can surprise him with it.
All right. Since it's coming from a superior, they allow it. They assume that's for important work of some sort.
Something like that is all I'll ever get out of the levers here. So I'll go find him after that. Find him whatever he's doing. And
He's in
say,
the middle.
hey,
Since it's in the middle of one of the chores, like he's in the middle of doing the next chore that has been canceled. Essentially, just distributing some bread over in the slum district.
okay. I'll come up to him and say, hello there. I brought your replacement for the day. You owe me.
Oh, dude, that's pretty cool. I guess you wanted to hang, huh?
Something like that, and I'll just kind of look at the replacement and kind of just nod to like they take his place. We're leaving.
Yep. She walks up. She takes the card and continues on. Continues Cass's job essentially. Yeah.
Okay. I am. What languages has Cass spoken with me? I know he's an elf. I know he speaks Elvish. We did that. Does he also speak Celestial? Because I don't want to speak to him in common with what I want to talk to him about.
I believe he would be able to speak Celestial. Yes.
Okay. So in Celestial, I'll start walking and talking with him, and I'll say, I will admit I have ulterior motives besides just hanging out and being nice. I'm sorry.
Dude, what's on your mind? You can ask me anything.
I know I can, and that's why I'm going to. That lizard folk.
Oh, you mean Ash? He's a pretty good
Yeah.
drinking buddy, isn't he?
Yeah, you know what else is very interesting about him? Somebody gave him a mark.
Oh yeah, dude, he needed it.
Yes. But I think you know what I want to talk about now.
What?
You gave it to him. Yes.
Yeah, dude.
A deacon. Pretty impressive. Serkava was willing to lend you that power.
Yeah, dude. Like,
What did you sense?
well, I suppose not so much sense as what the lizard guy told me. He said there was something
You
like...
didn't.
He said there was something like a demon inside of him, dude. I tried to remove
But you
curse,
didn't-
but it didn't work. It kind of blew up in my face. Sent me flying 50 feet. I got better though.
And you didn't. So you consider that verification that he was telling the truth, that it was a fiend.
Yeah, dude. At least it seemed pretty funny.
So I get it. I when I found him, when he showed it to me and he told me the circumstances, to cover your ass as well as his, I told him not to tell anybody but the Oracle, if the Oracle happened to find him or if he found the Oracle. You're welcome. I don't need to have to I'm sure you don't want to have to explain you, a deacon, is giving out symbols of Serkava willy-nilly. Yeah?
Dude, don't worry about it. I'm the luckiest man you've ever known.
Yeah.
And he really is. You've probably seen firsthand how he escapes death by just a few inches. This guy is insanely lucky.
You know, I'm sure people have asked you before, and I'm sure you know all the rumors about you. And I don't
dude.
care. What I do care about is your results. You get your chores done. You act in protecting people and protecting fate. That is important to me. So, I wanted to propose something.
Oh, a proposition. Sure, dude. What do you want?
You are a deacon. I am a seer.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know what your game is. I don't know if your plan is to stay a deacon or not. I don't know if you want to move up. I don't know if you want to move down. But I have seen that fate... Well, you're part of the church. You're a priest, nonetheless. You know what its synchronicity is.
Yeah, dude.
I believe. Did he tell you what else happened to him?
What else happened to him?
Supposedly he and his friends met Father. My father.
No, dude. He just told me about his inner demons. That was pretty much it. Maybe it happened after we met up. Well, we haven't been...
Maybe.
We've only been drinking for a little bit, so he hasn't really said anything.
You see where I'm going with this? He meets you, you give him Mark of Serkava to protect him from demons. Then they meet Father. And Father then gives me visions. And these people happen to be there. Shortly after, I happen to meet these people. Shortly after they meet Father to help them with the job. And then I happen to meet you again. Something is telling me that you being under my wing is something that'll be beneficial for us both. And
Yeah,
I
dude.
think you like me more than you probably like some of the other taskmasters and self-important people in the church. I hope.
Yeah, dude. I guess you could say
I mean,
that we're cosmically connected, dude.
Ah, God, don't say that ever again. My point being that if I'm going to continue my work here in Veer, Father has deigned, or accidentally, whichever one, given me visions of a very, very, very terrible possible future, which is why I am on this mission in the first place. You know, globe affecting stuff. If I need to leave Veer, I think it'd be wise and prudent for you to come with me. I think you don't necessarily need training under me. I think you know more than you're telling anybody, and that's okay. I won't pry. But I do also think that potentially we benefit each other, when I think what I benefit from you is some of your luck. Between my visions and your luck, potentially we could stop the terrible things I've seen in my visions. I know I'm asking a lot from you. Sorry, you were about to say?
Dude, this is all crazy. I mean, I guess I can skip down for a little bit, but, dude, at the very least, I'd like to, be with my sister. Would it be fine if she came along for the ride too? Her name's...
I know his sister?
No, you do not.
Okay, I'm listening. Sorry.
Her name's Lucille Keist, and that name would immediately ring a bell. The patron saint of Keist is Lucia Keist. She is the third Dragon Knight of the original 4 Dragon Knights, and pretty much a national hero. And Lucille Keist is her great-granddaughter.
Also elf?
She's
I guess because it's his... Is he a full elf or a half elf as far as I know?
Presumably half-elf.
Okay. Your sister is Lucille Keist. That one?
Yeah, dude. Though, probably wouldn't look like it. Like, dude, I am adopted, so.
Uh-huh. Adopted, yeah.
Adopted, yeah.
I don't necessarily see why not, but given I will let you know. I know you're all carefree and all of that, but... Give me 1 second, sorry. Sorry.
I can even spell that name, Lucille Keist, for you. I'll just send it
Perfect.
in private.
What I'm doing is potentially dangerous stuff. I'm not going to order you to come with me, and I'm not going to suggest that if you bring your sister along for the ride that she would be safe. I don't know the full of what I'm getting into. It's just the little bits I have me worried. So let me ask you, do you trust your sister to be safe in dangerous times? Because you might not be able to always look after her.
Dude, like, what I can tell, she really follows her grandmother very well. I think she can handle herself. Lucia didn't become a Dragon Knight purely off of her luck alone.
I know, but I also know that people do dumb things to protect their family, or even worse, sometimes have highly idealized visions of their family. You see where I'm going? I'm just trying to warn you, that's all. I want you to know what I'm getting into is dangerous. I think it is what my father wants me to get into, but it is dangerous. I couldn't in good conscience order you to do something like this.
It does seem like a lot, dude, but, you know...
Could get
Yeah.
answers.
I'll talk with my sister, dude, but I think she'd probably be down for this. At the very least...
All right.
I mean, I don't know much about what your super secret mission is, but when people
If you
start
promise
throwing
to
around
keep
the
it super secret, I'll tell you more about it.
Nah, dude. All you need to tell me is that the fate of the world is in the balance. And you know, you do seem a lot smarter than me, so I'm gonna trust you.
Well, I don't know if I'm smart, but I'd like to say I have good instincts. So, hopefully between my instincts and your luck, we can make something happen and save the world, yeah? Maybe get a little rewarded in the process. Look, I'm not stupid. But ultimately do something right, yeah?
Yeah, dude. Sounds fun.
So, about that then. I don't know everybody that well. So far, most of them seem trustworthy. Pyre is a real wild card, but I like him a lot for it. I think he will be the most interesting to see develop. But
Who's
that's the
Pyre?
Dragonborn.
Like, he actually has not
that's right,
met
he hasn't-
the rest of the party, so he doesn't have any perspective. on
Pyre?
who you guys are.
Pyre is the son of... Oh, fuck, I have to look it up.
Zygon, the god of fire.
Pyre is the son of Zygon.
Whoa.
And he's,
So he's a demigod, too.
yes, and he's just as stubborn as the rest of his lot. At least to the reputation and the ones I've met. Just as stubborn, just as obnoxious, but also determined to see about his own individuality and his own path in the world. And as somebody who advocates the same thing, I'm curious to see if he'll fulfill it. or if he'll fall right back into the trap that they all do.
Oh yeah, dude. It sounds like quite the ride.
Well, talk to your sister. You have the rest of the day off, as far as I'm concerned. I have heard that there is an interesting character in town, and I have other things I need to do for my mission. I will try to see you later tonight once things calm down. Maybe we can go get a drink or something, and you can tell me your answer and your final answer if you and your sister want to come along.
Oh yeah, dude.
When we go-
Sounds fun. Don't worry. I'll keep in touch.
Enjoy your day off. Enjoy your day off.
And
I'll
Cass,
just nod.
Yeah, Cass runs straight into, I guess, the direction of the church. I suppose you're probably following behind him.
Yeah, I'm walking back to the church, contemplating my day. So yeah, that works. Then yeah, I guess I would try to figure out what would you want. I think it would probably make sense for Secret to decide not to go to the mines because he would be potentially a risk to the party and their mission. So is there any other idea that you would want him, or should I just come up with something of potentially that he can do that would be productive in the meantime, or dealing with this Pegasus Knight, theoretically?
Let's see. You can deal with Pegasus Knight. Let's see. You do by yourself. Let's see. I suppose you could tell me what it is you intend to do, what type of information you intend to try to track
I guess
down.
it depends.
You can be very vague, and I can.
Yeah, it
use
kind of depends. What is the Pegasus Knight coming to the church for? What is he looking for? Would it be told?
We'll say that you do arrive back at the church to tie up some odds and ends, and you do see the Pegasus Knight, and he does ask, "Hail and well met. I am looking for a Rafayel. Tell him Zaliel is here to meet with him."
Zaliel. Is Zaliel the name of the goddess? Or is that...
Zaliel is I
Goddess of
suppose-
mercy? Mercy and
How
love?
would you how in tune are you with, say, the other high-ranking clergy or notable?
I'd like to
famous
say he does try to make a business of knowing it, either because it could be useful to him or just because, he's one of the ones that travels, obviously, because he's not from here. So it would make sense for him to try to keep up with the other ones to a degree, so he knows that what he's dealing with when he's going into a place where his father is not the main name uttered in the mouths of people's homes.
But Zaliel does not ring any bells of any of the Pegasus Knights that you know.
Okay. I will smile at him and say, pleased to meet you, Pegasus Knight. You have me at a disadvantage. You said your name is Zaliel?
Yes. At the very least, tell Rafayel that Zaliel is here to meet with him.
If it's the one I know, I only just met him yesterday. Decent enough fellow, a little boisterous and boastful. Sorry, where are my manners? I am Seer Secret Dream. You may simply just call me Secret, or if you like ranks, you maybe call me by Seer. Son of Serkava.
It sounds like Rafayel hasn't changed one bit.
Are you
always...
friends?
I suppose you could say that. We were friends once before the war split us up.
Which war is he talking about? Out of curiosity, would I know?
The divine.
Is he talking about the
big world war 10 years ago?
Okay. I was merely a child at that point. Sad times. He must be older than he looks.
Yes, at that
Not
time.
human then.
He is not. Yeah, he's not human. He does mostly armored, but you can tell from just little cracks in his armor that he's probably an Asimar.
Okay, I'm sure most races know what an Asmar, or at least most churches know what an Asmar is. Okay. Ah, I see. Well, guess that only kind of makes sense. He actually has been helping me with an important job of mine.
Oh, an important job. I assume it's under confidentiality.
Yes, but I can promise you that it is official sanctioned business by my father. It is important stuff, so to speak. But I'm sure I can make him find the time. He can be a handful anyways, I've learned.
Rafayel. You know, he was on the path to become a Pegasus Knight once. But I suppose he found his calling in something else. No.
Well, I can say he's doing good work. At least as far as the church is concerned. What we're doing. Obviously, I know that we are a little different from you and your mother and your goddess and all of that. I guess I shouldn't assume your mother. I apologize. But your goddess for sure. But, as you know, we're all in this together. There not really need to be enemies among us, even those who act like we need to be. He says as he's looking at those twin emperor gods that he knows about, and like looks into vaguely the direction of those kingdoms.
Rivenera and Zeramont.
Yeah. So, I will see if I can get him to you, but is there anything else that potentially I could help you with in the meantime? I am free-ish at the moment. If you need help with something church-related, I'm sure I could help out.
Let's see.
Just keep in mind, I know this is going to sound petty, but even fate sometimes can't work for free. If it is a matter of importance that might involve some kind of danger or strenuous work, please keep in mind that church would need to be compensated in some capacity. But given your stature and visit, I'm sure it wouldn't be too much. But sometimes even we still have things we need to do in the mortal world, unfortunately.
Let's see. If you let him, he is going to.
I'll listen to him.
Raphael.
Oh, shit. You know, there's secrets in the name. He loves the gossip. Why do you think he hangs out with Cass?
Yeah, the guy who you'd think would be incapable of holding secrets.
Yeah, exactly. No, dude. I'm sure he gossips to me about the minor stuff.
And he
Yes, like-
does. He's basically been on his Pegasus the whole time. He gets off. Sees you at
Have you ever
eye
seen a
level.
Pegasus before?
I'd say I'd err on the side of no. Most of the time, the
I mean, he
Pegasus Knights
probably
are too
will
busy.
look curiously at it while the guy's talking. While he's on it.
Yeah, it looks majestic.
I'm sure it does. It's a fucking Pegasus.
Yeah. The Pegasus Knights typically don't participate in the Tournament of Steel. You might have seen a couple tournaments of Steel before, but having Pegasus Knights here is a pretty big deal.
Big deal. Very pretty horse you got here. Sorry, Pegasus.
Yes.
Does this one have a name?
And like,
I see you weren't prepared for that.
Well, I was about to say, like, he looks a little embarrassed, and he says, the name?
The name. Doesn't have a name, does it?
It's Lilac.
Oh, that's adorable.
Look, I'm supposed to keep up an image, okay? Don't you dare tell
I
anyone
won't.
else.
He'll just smile and hold up his hands, like 2 fingers, like Scout's honor, and says, "I promise I won't tell anyone." I'll just look over him and say, "Good boy, Lilac." I pat his little head. Gigantic ass head. Come, I'm sure we can find somewhere more comfortable for you to sit and chat instead of standing around.
Yep, and one of the deacons walks over, grabs the reins of the Pegasus, and he says, "Be gentle with her. She's quite jumpy around strangers."
I'll look at the priest and like my look is just gonna be like Secret Team's like patented like you better not fucking screw this up look.
Yeah, like, you got it. And
I'll look back at the knight and smile. Like I never gave that person that look.
And all right,
I'll just let him
So
talk and talk.
goes to the private room. He says, "Damn, how much would he know about his actual backstory?" I'm sure you may be familiar with Rafayel, as he calls himself.
Barely.
You may have noticed that he seems a little unusual compared to the typical Asimar.
Yes, I've noticed he's not nearly as lawful as the rest of you have a reputation to be. He seems a little out of the box compared to the rest of you. A little weird. But I'm a tabaxi, what do I know?
Yes, he's always been different, even when growing up. I was worried that he had gotten himself killed. Then, a few years, and then mere months after he left the school, I hear that he's off. He's off, busting bad guys and doing his own things. I do have to wonder what it is that makes him so different, you know? He's not a bad person at heart. Now, I am worried that he might have been mixed up with the wrong people, or he might be a little confused.
He still could be. I don't know him that well.
Indeed he could. I want to speak with him, personally.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
I will get him to you, but I want you to tell me honestly and openly. Is he in trouble with you? Has he slighted you in some way? Has he slept with someone's wife? What's the deal?
He certainly seems like the type, doesn't he? Back in school, he always seemed to be the goth kid, riding around his little baby manticore around, always gravitating towards death and other such things like that. But no. I was hoping to find him to reconnect with a friend, or perhaps you could say a ghost of my past. One of the few ghosts.
That's all.
One of the few ghosts I have left to meet, at the very least.
Very well. As I said, I just wanted to make sure because, as weird as he is, I still need him for my personal mission that Father has sanctioned, meaning that technically, while he's not necessarily my responsibility, I am treating him as such because I need him. And whatever skills apparently Father has deemed that would be useful to me. Please understand. So if you plan on killing him, at least let me know first.
No, nothing of the sort. I have no intentions of harming him at all.
Okay, because he does seem like the type who would, just from the little bit I've known him, he probably has a bastard or two running around somewhere.
Like,
and I've only known him for a day.
He really doesn't really doesn't leave a good impression on people, does he?
No, but
Same.
then again, some say I'm a little overbearing myself. So,
I mean, someone has to keep him in line, even if temporarily.
might as well be me. Look, I'm curious. I get him to you for your meeting, and maybe in exchange, because I always do enjoy learning about these things, you tell me a little bit about the knights you're with, about this, what you plan on doing at the tournament. I haven't decided if I'm going to sign up or just watch, but I do plan to be there.
The Knights of Keist do intend to participate in the Tournament of Steel. In one of the higher bracket ones. I'm not sure what bracket you would be in.
Oh, I'm not that powerful. I just simply am a minor little cleric. Father's blessing does not make us all powerful like, say, some of the other deities. Father does not necessarily... Well, you're a person who's very close to a deity, I assume. My father, as you probably are aware, does not concentrate his seed, we'll say. My father's a little bit of a whore. There's too many of us to keep track of.
Indeed. Like, you could say that
We're not all
Zenova,
special.
You could say that Zenova does constantly butt heads with Serkava on the precise definitions of love.
Not my problem, and it's technically
Yes.
not your problem either. I just
Indeed.
exist the way I do. But I know what it's like to be of one path and go to another, kind of. My path was always set, but Mother's path was changed by Father, as you can imagine. I'm originally from Drensis. Specifically, my tribe originally came from Wiganchi. Oh fuck! I'm gonna
Wiganchi, yes.
butcher
Wiganchi.
Wiganchi. Okay, my tribe originally came from Wiganchi before they migrated many generations before I was born. So, as you know, the Winter Mother herself can be quite a bitch.
Polaris, yes. Yes. Drensis. So you come from the lands of Geneth. Hi, Bones.
Yes. Hi, Bones. Don't mind me. Just role playing.
Yes.
You missed a lot. I'm not going to tell you any of it because you weren't there for it, but holy shit, I sat in on some shit. Goodbye, Bones. Hello, Bones. Welcome back.
Hey, yeah, that was a little weird. It didn't load at first.
Oh, you missed a fuck ton, and I can't tell you about most of it because it wasn't me, and you missed it.
That's all right. I'm sure you had plenty of the first word and not as much as the second.
Oh, there's a lot of weird shit. I'm sure you will. You're gonna find out some shit next week, and it doesn't even have to do with me. That's the best part. I got to get the preview of it because I won't be here next week.
I saw Rafayel's post, Joe's post, and it warmed my little heart because it reminds me of a lot of things I've done.
Oh. Wait, what post?
Lol, what
he
did I just
said
do?
that he
Please
messed
save
up.
me.
Oh, yeah, I've learned that Raphael is completely and utterly a fucking moron, and he will get us killed.
You didn't know?
Oh, I knew, but I didn't realize. No, he proved to be. When there's no one around to stop him, Bone, Raphael is a moron. And he will be killed before this campaign is over. I already know it.
But he is a useful moron in the meantime.
I get
He's
the
our
feeling it's
designated-
Pyre that's going to kill him before anybody else.
Yes, of course. If I kill him, I've prevented a murder, and it's all right.
But yeah, he'll say, yes, we came from that area.
How many times did he sell his soul?
A lot.
Oh boy.
Fuck, I forgot what we were talking about, Dora. What were we talking about? It was about the Drenzis. It was
you're
something
talking
about
about
Drenzis.
your origin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am from. Fuck, where's my backstory?
What
When I
country?
fucking need it. I still haven't memorized everything. I am from the Radiant Claw tribe in Drenzis.
I remember
We're from we're north of Wiganchi. Kind of somewhere between, on the northern coast between Zakir and Ravenwood.
Somewhere around
That
there,
part
yes.
I remember. Very warm, very tropical. You ever seen the ocean?
Pyre or
Plenty.
Bones?
Oh, I'm asking an NPC I'm talking to.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Just to clarify, you guys are in the middle of role playing right now. I interrupted
Yes.
that, right?
Yeah,
I will
but
be quiet. Is it alright if I listen in?
yeah, it's fine. It's nothing secret yet,
Go
as
ahead.
far as I know.
And he says, plenty of times I've seen the East Oceans, the Southern Ocean, even the ocean that houses the ruins of Grandalia. I have seen.
And you know
all
that
of
the
those.
ocean is. And you know the ocean is beautiful, and I miss it. Sometimes.
Yes, the view out here in Kaist can be a bit overpopulated with all the ships and shipping.
I can imagine. So, sorry, I didn't mean to get sentimental on you. You just seem the type that's easy to get sentimental with.
Yes, seeing a ghost of your past can really do that to you. Over in Acheron, he doesn't look like it, but well, Rafayel does descend from Zenova's line, so you could say that he is part demigod himself, in a way.
But not directly.
Correct.
That might explain part of what's so weird about him. Did he always go by that name?
Did he? Well, I suppose, in truth, you could probably reverse our names, and you'd give the proper birth names.
So you're Raphael and he's
Zalile.
Zalile. Hmm. On purpose? Why'd you switch names? Are you protecting
We
him?
didn't. To be honest,
Oh.
we didn't. I heard he took up my name when performing his heroic acts, you could say. So, I thought I'd surprise him by taking up his name. By saying that Zalile wants to meet him.
That would be interesting. Well, I won't ruin the surprise.
Let's see. Dang it. What was I gonna say about him? Shoot.
Well, I can interrupt and say, today might be a little difficult though. He will be running business for me later today.
I see.
I will still let him know as soon as I see him, but I just want to let you know that since you're going to be here for the tournament anyways, I know you're going to be here for a while. But today he might be a little busy.
I'm in no rush. Just let him know that Zalile is here to meet him.
And where should I
Sure.
say is here? At the church? You're going to come to the church every morning?
I I will come to the church every morning, but if I am not there, then I will be at the training grounds, most likely, outside of the Colosseum where the Tournament of Steel will be held.
Okay. I think that's reasonable.
Because Lyle always was an odd little boy. It did seem like he looked up to me in some capacity. I do want to ask him, why did he take my name?
I would be curious too.
Was it because he idolized me? Was it because he was jealous of me and was using it facetiously? I'm not
Were you
sure what his-
friends?
Friends? I mean, I would hope to consider him a friend, but I'm not sure if he considered me a friend.
I guess we'll
When-
get to find out.
We parted on not the best terms. That was when we had a fight. We had a fight. He made a mistake, and I felt it was my duty as a in-training Pegasus Knight of Zenova to how was it? I suppose he could just be blunt. To beat the evil out of him. Gosh, I was stupid back then. I was only a teenager. And in a few months, I would see hell on Earth. We would be shipped off to war.
Yeah. I don't really remember too much about it. I mean, I was alive, but I was still a child. I was only about 10. I was still going through my lessons. Not the real lessons, just you know how they teach kids before they turn into church. I was going through that.
Well, then, you should be glad. You managed to avoid hell.
It's funny,
Yes.
the tribe. We never really saw any of it. We were just a tribe living out in the woods. Forgotten by most.
Well, it's likely you probably would have seen some fires in the distance from when Zygon absolutely roasted a city-state.
Yeah, well, that doesn't count. Didn't happen to me.
Ooh, pretty lights in the distance.
Yeah, exactly. Too young to think about that. But yeah. I promise I will pass on the message. I just have one last curious question, which is, what are you hoping, you and your fellow knights, what are you hoping to get into the tournament this time? Are you just here for the prize? Are you here to show off how good you are to the rest of the world, make a statement? Just for fun?
I suppose you could say that this is one of our few vacations of sorts. Some of my companions thought it would be fun to enter into the tournament, and some want us to show the pride of the Pegasus Knights. So yes, it's nothing too spectacular. Just a bunch of young men and women wanting to have a little bit of fun.
And show the world what they're made of. Well, that's fine. I will do my sacred duty to pray the Father that you do well, and that you are unharmed.
Don't worry about it. Zenova will keep us safe.
As she does.
Besides, it's likely that you're going to want some of that power of fate for your own Kaijin Crusaders. Kaijin being the descriptor for Keist.
Right. Yes, but what they do doesn't always matter to me, admittedly. I'm not perfect. Listen, I didn't grow up near all of that. I was discovered by a passing priest, and I did my education and growing up in my tribe. I am not... The politics of the world don't really matter to me that much, if I'm going to be honest. It's all just hub-drub that I deal with serving the church and going through my fate. That's the important bit.
Yes, I can understand that. At times, as a Pegasus Knight, it does feel like I'm a dog for the government. Doing
Aren't
as
we
they
all?
please. I do
Well,
envy. At times, I do envy the freedom that Zalil has. He's off playing hero, and doing what he wants to do, beholden to no one. Even if
well,
he gets himself in trouble in characteristic fashion.
not too late for you.
I think, what else could he really tell you? Because he's told you a lot about...
He sure has. And I plan to fucking hit him, use my dick to hit him in the face with all that information at some point. Not right away. I might call him Zalil once or twice just to see what happens, but you know.
Yeah,
I'm glad
but
he
this
left
guy-
before that.
This guy has no reason to lie.
No, he doesn't. I will look to him and say, unfortunately for now, I have to go figure out what to do with the rest of my day, even though I kind of don't want to. But you might see me wandering around doing errands today. I might even stop by the training grounds for a little bit. I have to figure out if I have important things to do. I know that doesn't sound epic, but sometimes life is just that dull.
He pulls out a white feather. Looks like it comes from a Pegasus. And
Mm-hmm.
he says, and he hands it to you, and he says, While I'm here in Veer, if you need my services or the services of the Pegasus Knight, you can feel free to call upon us. It might break your heart to ruin that beautiful feather I gave you. But if you crush it, if you tear it asunder, it will let most of us know. It's typically used as a SOS of sorts. Most
A
of the
beacon.
time. Yes, a beacon of sorts.
Oh, certainly doesn't hurt for me to have tools. I will try to use this sparingly and for an actual real emergency, and I will make sure that some of the other people that I travel with do not know that I have this, because anything can be an emergency to some of those people.
Indeed. I intend to give one to Rafayel as well, so you can feel free to keep yours secret.
I sure will. By the way, that is ironically my name, if I remember I told you. If that ever gets confusing, and people start needing to say that word a lot, they start calling me Dream. My full name is Secret Dream.
Secret Dream.
Mm-hmm. You think that's bad? My mother's name is Lazy Garden.
Yep, Lazy Garden. And what was the other one? Odd Love was your...
Yes, Odd Love. You read! A GM
I
who
did.
gives a shit about my backstory. Yay!
I did! Especially since I made all your NPCs. Oh, by the way, disclaimer. Now that you've given me your details of what NPCs you wanted linked to your characters, now they're officially my characters, and
I know. I'm
there's
sure
a
bad
chance
things
that
can
they
happen
might-
to them.
Yes, bad things could happen to them. They could be central to a plot in the future, and I make no promises on whether or not they will die tragically.
Well, if they do, that just means Secret has an excuse to go ape shit on this world and see what happens.
Screw it, I'm a demon now too.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? Maybe I'll keep that feather a little bit longer than anticipated, and then get him killed if he actually shows up.
If he's anywhere near you, it does have a range. It's like shooting a
I
flare.
know. I don't think it'll be that soon. He'll probably be very far away from me at that point. But yeah, I think that's a good stopping point for that. So I guess the question is that to answer your question that I've been thinking about it while he's been doing that, that's what I will follow up with. While the party is going through the mines and all that, Secret will follow up with potentially seeing about rumors about the House of Steele and their other areas, seeing if there's been talk about them being weird in other ways outside of their mines and maybe even outside the tournament. Strange orders they've been making, things like that.
Do you want to tell Rafayel to personally speak with them? He is an honored guest, essentially. He could
Yes,
get much closer
at the
into
very
circle.
yes, I will be telling Raphael about the message, and I will be using the words exactly that. Yes, Salile will want to speak with you, and all that, and if I have to intervene on his behalf in terms of the whole demon thing, oof, I don't know. Because at the very least, Secret want. There's two sides to Secret. One is, well, shit, I didn't know about it. The other one is that, well, shit, I'm sure Dad must have known about it. There's no way Dad met this dude and didn't know about it, and he still entrusted him. So what does that mean? Because that would also be something that would be going through his head, that there still might be a legitimate reason to keep him around, even if that information gets out. So I'll let you decide how much of that becomes public, if Secret is needed to intervene in any way.
Okay.
But if nothing is like that is needed, then yes, I will give him the message. Assuming everything is normal, I will give him the message, and then I will work above ground to see what new rumors there might be or anything like that.
Okay. Chances are you probably are going to have to intervene. Because even if I did stuff with the other characters, even if I did the thing with Zorg, and did the thing with Stefan, I'm not sure they would be anywhere near what's happening to Rafayel.
Oh boy. Then, yeah, and it'll depend on what information gets out before Secret intervenes. If he has to intervene quickly before he knows anything, then he'd probably be more likely to just outright intervene. If the information that I heard, some of that information I heard today gets out, I will admit he might be a little bit more hesitant to intervene, but probably eventually would, on the grounds that his dad already met this person and still was willing to make some sort of deal with him, which means he didn't think Dad would do that if it was, if it went against Serkava's mission that Secret is on. Because as far as Secret is concerned, Serkava knows exactly what Secret is up to. As far as he's concerned, that this is the closest thing he has a connection to his father, and probably is getting these visions not just on accident. So that would mean that this guy has some kind of approval from his dad, and that's what Secret would probably eventually settle on as his reason to intervene. Even if at least just temporarily while he investigates more.
Alright. So we'll let him roast for a little bit before you swoop in and save the day.
Alright.
We'll see.
Works for me.
We'll see if you have a high enough authority and the rest of the upper clergy will agree with your deal. Because I'm assuming that the deal is pretty much he's going to be under your watch, essentially.
Yeah, I assume so. Like, the deal will be if I think he's going fucking cuckoo, I will kill him.
Yeah.
Like, and I would say that in front of him.
Okay.
Like, I will not hide that. Secret would not hide that from Raphael. Like, and so Raphael knows, like, you fuck up around me, you are dead. I don't care who you were and who you're related to. You're dead. I will do it myself. But as long as you are good and you are useful to my mission, and you have some kind of perceived approval from my father, you stay. And you might even make it out of this alive permanently.
So, sorry to throw a wrench into this. I don't know if you've already discussed it, but what are the consequences of Raphael dying? Like, would a demon come out?
You
I don't know.
wouldn't know anything about that.
I see that smile, DM. I see that smile.
You wouldn't know anything about that.
The only reason I know is because I, the player, sat in on it because I was waiting to talk to Jorah about
Okay,
my character.
Yeah. So, out of character, assume that a demon will come out.
Yeah, Secret doesn't actually know any of this yet. What I'm discussing. This is
Okay,
just a setup because
yeah,
I won't be
fine.
here next week.
Like I did hear you guys talking out of character. I was like, I need to inject
Yeah.
on this. Spread some opinions all over that conversation.
But I do have
I
to
think
get ready.
bananas
for
are
now.
green.
They are
Anyway,
green.
you were saying?
I do have
Yeah.
to get running for now. I appreciate your time, Jorah, and this was a good session today.
Yep, it was fun. See you 2 weeks from now.
See you 2 weeks from now. See you guys. Enjoy next week.
See you guys.
Poof.